measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, A Level Plain Poem, Colton James, Survive the Spin, F.E. Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Unless there aren't any dulcet tones in Discord and G+, and then you can't enjoy anything.
Let's say that. What tones?
I don't hear any tones. I do now. How you doing?
Everything is roses.
Well, that's good to hear. It is here too.
If you know where that's coming from, do you know who says that?
Everything is roses? No, I don't know who says that. Who says that?
Tony Montana, when he's in New York and he's supposed to kill that guy for Sosa,
Okay.
and he crawls back home and he says, "How you doing?" He goes, "Yeah, everything is roses." Meanwhile, nothing's roses. He didn't kill the guy. Well, everything's going bad, but everything is roses.
I've got you. Now I understand. Well, I've got nobody to kill. I've got a lot of microphones to clear out. Quite exciting, actually. When you stop buying stuff, you realise the profit from the things you have bought already. Normally you buy something, you sell it, and then the profit goes back into the next thing. Whereas now I've reached a point where everything's at nice, easy to remember numbers. So I've bought, wait for it, this is going to brace for impact, £15,000 worth of microphones. I've sold £15,000 worth of microphones. Now, through refunds and selling some RAM and a couple of vacuum cleaners and various other bits and bobs on eBay, I'm at 1,500 quid profit. So it's nice and easy to remember all the different numbers. So that has obviously already gone on paying my second mortgage for the last 11 months. But in the last month, because I've stopped buying mics, admittedly I've still got a couple that still haven't arrived yet that I bought previously. But each time something goes in to the sales pot, so to speak, I get to keep the money because I'm not spending it on something else. Does that make sense? Because you asked me the other week, you're like, if you've spent 15 grand and you've sold 15 grand, have you made any money? The answer is I haven't. But as soon as you stop buying, all of the stuff that I've got on eBay, that is to say, the stuff that I've got on eBay's got a retail value of about £2,400. So that stuff will start to sell and I'll keep the money as it sells. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the whole time you were juggling, now you're going to see some money.
Yes, exactly. So when they say it takes a 12-month period to actually build a business up, it does. I can totally understand how, as you juggle around the money that you don't get to see. And then at some point, you start to sell through stuff that you've paid for and doesn't owe you any money. Well, that's now. But for me, it's like, I was only supposed to do it for a couple of months. I was hoping to earn a couple of £100 a month in profit to pay the mortgage, second mortgage. Yes, Eleanor. You waiting for me to finish? Why are you whispering at me? What do you want? What are you looking for, sausage? Pencil? Okay, I'll leave you to it. So yeah,
So if you buy 10 microphones, right? Just say they all cost you $100 each. So that's $1,000, right? And you charge $150 for each of them. Eventually, you're going to make $500, correct?
Yeah, eventually. But if each time you get that 150 back for the $100 mic that you bought, you buy another mic for 100 quid, and then another mic on top of it, you know,
It's still money in the bank, though.
Yeah, I've put, like I say, there is money that's reached my bank, 1,500 quid of it over the 12 months, which isn't great because it's like, well, you've only made 10% on 15 grand's worth of mics. That's not exactly setting the world on fire. You're like, well, no, it isn't. But for all the hard work, I have kept my mortgage paid, most importantly. And that's what I needed to do, you know, keep it paid. That's the most important thing. So there was a deficit from YouTube ad revenue, and I've covered that deficit without e-begging. I haven't done a single campaign this year. First time ever. I mean, I've worked my fingers to the bone flogging stupid microphones, but now that I'm sick of selling them, I can stop buying them with the profits, and all of the stuff that's on eBay will all just come back and go into my bank. I've already planned where it's going to go. I'm going to finish off this back wall and do the acoustic treatment on it. So where every other part of the room looks really uniform and nice with vertical panels that are all buffed up to each other, the actual wall that ends up on camera, the one behind me, looks a right mess with some vertical, some horizontal. They're spaced out. There's gaps between them. It just looks a mess. So I'll buy 2 or 3 more panels to tidy up the back wall, which will be a right old job because the PC's in that corner. So it's going to be a horrendous job to disconnect it all, take the shelf down, trim the shelf so a piece of acoustic treatment can fit behind the shelf, and then put it all back together again. But then it'll all look uniform, not only behind me, but like the rest of the room already looks uniform. So when I was taking pictures of the mics, I'd take them on one of the side walls because there's one panel after the next, and it looks really neat as a background for the pictures of the mics. Whereas behind me, where I'm actually on camera daily, like I say, it looks a bit of a hodgepodge of mess. There's different sizes of panels that are all in the wrong orientation, so it just looks a mess. But I'll sort that out with, you know, once all my stock that's on eBay sells through. And based on what I've been averaging, which is about 1 or 1.5 mics a day, is what I average in terms of what I sell. Obviously, there's stints where you sell loads and stints where you sell none. But on average, 1 a day. I would hope that by March, by the end of February, most of what I've got will have sold, and then what's left through March, I'll, you know, discount and pay eBay to put heavy advertising on to clear it out. And then after the end of March, it'll all go to a car boot sale, whatever's left after that. So yeah, I'll get rid of it all and then turn the remaining profit that hasn't been used to pay my mortgages to treat the room behind me without having to e-beg to do so. There we go.
And to describe it, you needed flat earth. That's cool.
Yeah, sort of. Vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, you started talking about orientation. I was like, oh, yeah, you need a flat earth for orientation.
Yes, to orientate the acoustic panels. But for the fact that I bought all the acoustic panels, I wouldn't have been able to sell the mics. So the reason I've been successful selling microphones, or will be successful by the time they're all sold through, is because I've got a room that's treated. So when I'm doing a video that says this mic sounds like this, it does actually sound like that. It's not just a load of room echo. So thanks to having the room treated, I've taken advantage of that by using it to turn mics into profit, which most people couldn't have done. You know, they buy a mic and then they might not even be able to check if it works, let alone make a video of it sounding at its best. So I've taken advantage of the fact that I've got an acoustically treated space to sell mics and make a profit from them. But it's too much. YouTubing, writing a book, and selling mics is too many jobs. 2 is enough. 1 would be perfect. You know what I mean? Just YouTubing would be ideal. And that will be hopefully the case if the book is reasonably successful. Once it's finished, obviously I don't have to write it anymore. And then won't be selling mics, won't be writing a book. I'll just be doing YouTube, and I can put a bit more time into potentially making some shorts videos that are actually about the subject we cover. That's to say, when we do a show, I can trim out relevant bits and turn them into shorts because I'll have the time to do so. Or make ancillary videos that aren't long-form live shows that can go out as 20-minute videos that I make about the subject that I actually cover. That's flat Earth. Someone was saying in the comments, is this book your swan song? Because you seem to be losing interest. I'm like, I'm not losing interest. Far from it. The subject matter is just as interesting today as it ever was, which is one of the reasons I picked it. I'm like, there'll never be a time where... Well, there's one exception, is if everybody knew tomorrow and it was no big deal. But they don't. The world around me thinks they're on a ball. And it doesn't matter which country you're in. Everybody thinks they're on a ball. So therefore, the subject of flat Earth will always be fascinating. Just can't not be. For me, personally. Like I say, if tomorrow everybody found out, like Dave Weiss said, this time next year everyone will know, 10 years ago, then, yeah, obviously, there's no fascination for anybody then, is there? So the channel would die on its arse for, as far as flat Earth videos are concerned. Maybe there'd be a historic interest in it from the archival point of view. But in terms of making new videos, if everyone already knows it's flat, then why would I continue to make videos? But while 90%, 95%, even if it's 97% of the Western world and the world at large believe they're on a ball, the subject of flat Earth, and in case of our current rhetoric, knowing that it's measured flat, will always be fascinating. There's always going to be that underlying tension where the opponents want to make it seem like, oh, that guy over there, what with his flat Earth measurements and all, he doesn't matter to us. You're like, yeah, I do. In fact, you've been finding out recently that I'm living rent-free in a lot of their heads, as much as they try and deny it and pretend that they're not interested. You're like, okay, you are the ones that are pretending that you don't have an interest in the subject, while simultaneously making anti-flat Earth videos on their channels, the people I'm specifically referring to, that is. So I don't have a pain that I need easing anymore. That's the only difference in recent years. So whether or not that affects the videography, I would hope it does, because there'll be a sort of nonchalant attitude towards the subject, as opposed to a disinterest, which is what the commenter was suggesting. When he's like, is your book going to be your swan song? Are you going to move out of the subject? I'm like, no. It's still evergreen, so why would I want to move out of an evergreen subject I've spent 10 years becoming an expert in? I wouldn't.
Yeah, why would you leave when you have completely won without question or doubt? Why would you give that up and just walk away?
Yeah, exactly. There's very few flat earthers that can sit on a high pedestal going, I don't care about any of you. I know I'm right, and it's easy to show how right I am. And not only am I right, you require me to be right as my opponent. How many people can sit in that position? Very few. It's taken 10 years to get there. It took you considerably less, John, which is a demonstration of your intellect. It took you 3 years to get to that point, maybe 4 years. I can't remember exactly. I'm not you. But approximately 3 or 4 years for you to get to the point where you're like, hang on a second. My opponent requires my position to be correct.
Well, part of it was the cognitive dissonance when I was arguing the other side, because I knew it was measured flat then. But I also believed there was measurements of curvature. That was, where the ambiguity was. And then you can build on that once you have taken people out of the known and put them in a place where they don't know. Then you can warp reality.
Yes, this is just too complicated for you to understand. While you may appreciate that we measure Earth flat because you know, based on work that you've done measuring Earth flat with it, you still understand that there's a sphere beneath your feet, like you were taught. It's just you don't understand how those two things meld together in a perfectly coherent way. Were you more intelligent, you'd understand that it's not cognitive dissonance, that the world is actually spherical. But don't worry your little head about it. It's very complicated. One day I'm sure you'll be able to square that circle. But for now, just know that you're on a ball. Don't worry about the fact that you measure it flat.
That is, that's how you're brought up in that religion, is that someone else has the answers, even if you don't. Whatever scene, you learn to compartmentalize everything as you go.
And then you can project that onto others when they look into it and go, well, hang on a second, it's just flat. No, you don't understand. What they actually mean is, I don't understand. But you couldn't possibly understand. You seem inferior to me. You're a flat earther. How dare you suggest that you understand more than I? You definitely don't understand. It's not that I'm projecting my inability to square this circle, my own cognitive dissonance. That's not the case. It's definitely you that doesn't understand. You are an idiot. Meaning that I'm not. Pure projection. You've got to fight through that, and they put up such a great barrier, that created the heliocentric rhetoric, that is, that it's taken me, personally, 10 years to reach the other end of that tunnel, where you're like, no, it is just measured flat. When I was hesitant about saying, well, hang on a second, we've got sea level in these curve maths. Doesn't that mean it's got to be level? And everyone around you goes, don't be stupid!
It can't be that simple. Where's your working model?
We're actually getting that now. So I don't think we got it can't be that simple. It was just met with a dumbfounded silence from our opponents when it was brought up once or twice during the Isle of Man discussion. It wasn't that I remember being mocked as being stupid. It just fell on deaf ears or got brushed over quickly, because it really did sting in that cognitive dissonant manner that our opponents were fighting against. It's just we'd never identified that as the reason they were dumbfounded when that would be brought up. Now, the people who've been 10 years into, or however long, into saying we see too far, those people say it can't be that simple. And you go, well, it's just measured flat. To say how far you're seeing too much of, you need a flat earth to describe that distance. It isn't that complicated. It can be that simple. We do just measure it flat. But then you get, well, if we measure it flat, does that mean you can say it's flat? That's what we're getting at the moment.
It's dumbfounded. It's, like you said, it's so easy and so fundamental that it's like, how did I ever fall for it? Kind of, you know.
That is where we are currently useful, to break that down, to say, well, it's not a geography subject or a maths subject as it should be. It's been put into a science subject. You can recognise how flat you measure Earth and how you map Earth and how you deal with the territory in a geography lesson, and then go into the science lesson and be told how the world's a big ball flying around the sun. So and if you were to in any way recognise the cognitive dissonance of that contradiction, you're told that you just don't understand. You're mocked as a flat earther by others who want to square the circle but can't. Interesting, psychologically speaking. Good.
And in YouTube, the normies, when they randomly see a flat earth video or something like that, or ridicule in their mind, it's like, are they just like joking or trolling, or are there people really that stupid to believe earth is flat? You know, that's what's in their mind, but they never even, question anything at all.
What do you want to question? I've been listening to a few of the old shows, and with this normies and gin, well, the normal people I meet on the street, who are you people meeting? Who's walking down to the supermarket, stopping somebody and discussing whether the earth is flat or a globe?
Oh, I mean, in the YouTube comment section, I'm talking about YouTube.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying, I was listening to a few shows and this normie thing everybody's talking about. What do you mean by normies?
It means hypothetical average guy that's not generally involved in the discussion of whether or not Earth's a flat surface to measure from, or a ball that's derived from those measurements, but a guy that's just walking around going to the bus. However, that same guy was taught in science class that Earth is a ball, so he has an underlying understanding of how ball-shaped it's claimed to be by religious viewpoint, and also how maps are used, because he went through the geography lesson in his state education. That's normie. That's who's being referred to. A guy that doesn't have any skin in the race in the debate there and then. Now, on last week's show, I was saying to Jin, we're all normies. When you happen to hear the subject and feel compelled to go into a Discord server, you don't stop being a normie, do you? Maybe that's your point.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't get what everybody's saying when we're trying to break it down to, let's get to the basics. Let's not confuse it. Let's go to measurements, hold them there. However you have to explain if people can't comprehend it because they don't know how to use a compass or they don't know the design of a compass or how it works. Okay, so what are we going to do here? You're going to be stopping people? What's the normies are coming into Discord servers and they can't understand measurements? Who are these people? That's what I want to know. Because everybody just goes on Discord. Are normal people going into Discord now? Because when I pop in there, all I see is freaking trolls and people that have been there for the last 10 years.
These people, they are so like they see a video on YouTube talking about boats disappearing over horizon, and then for them that's enough to prove the globe. That's what I'm saying. It's like they will never question more.
But okay, let me ask you, because I'm trying to understand you, King, because you sound like me 8 years ago. I'm at the point now where what do you care if they want to believe that boats are going over the horizon? Who cares?
Saying that even without censorship, these people are so close-minded that they will not ever, people will not ever accept I'm thinking that the Earth is flat, like we would all know that.
Well, it's demonstrably flat, just like the horizon is demonstrably not the physical edge of a sphere. Like both of those things are proven by demonstration. Like, so at that point, either a person doesn't want to experience the
reality,
the engagement, right? Or they're denying it. So they'll not look into anything. They won't listen to what you have to say about how it's demonstrably true. And that's it. Like, how could you how much care could you give to a person who refuses to look at the truth? It's one thing if they looked at it and went, I see what you're saying, but look, this is how you're looking at it wrong. And then somehow no one ever comes and does that, though. That's never been done.
I understand how you be talking to regular people. Sounds like you always got people around. You're in New York City. I get it. But these other guys when I'm talking to just a regular guy, when? That's my question. Are you going to the supermarket or on your way to a shop and you just see Joe Blow and you flag him down? And I don't get it because I don't get them encounters ever. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you all doing? You all well?
Everything is roses.
We're going to repeat the pre-show. You're asking what normie was, and the only thing I could remember, thank you, that was a reference to norm, very specifically, was Globe Earth Dictate. Who remembers Globe Earth Dictate?
Who can forget him?
Darth. So we're going to have a listen to the DATRH video called Globe Earth Dictate. We're going to have a listen. Tell me when you want to interrupt. I'll leave all the lines open, so if you want to interrupt and make comment, feel free.
Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death.
Welcome to Globe Earth Dictate. I'm your host, Ethan Woodley.
I'm going to dispense with the usual introduction because I have some very bad news to share. Longtime contributor to the show, friend, confidant, partner. Schnitzerfraz met his untimely demise this morning at around 8:32.
I've no idea what this is a reference to. I mean, I think he's just making up his own gags in this regard. This is not parodying us, is the Schnitzerfraz dying? Who the hell Schnitzerfraz? Ethan Woodley's supposed to be me. Who's Schnitzerfraz?
Now, I haven't yet received back the coroner's report, but I think we can all safely say that this is yet another victim of the pandemic.
Oh, he's taking the mick out of COVID, isn't he? That's what he's doing.
Yes.
Add one to the numbers. My cat died. Very good. It's been a while since I've watched this.
We'll add it to the big board. I want to remind everyone that you're legally mandated to stay in your homes to contain the spread of this dangerous, dangerous disease.
I remember when this was going on and everyone was told that they had to stay in their houses for a certain period of time and you could go out once or twice a day for exercise. I completely ignored it. I'm like, I'm not on lockdown. I'm not in any trouble. I've not done anything wrong. I'm not a criminal. I'm not in jail. Nobody's going to control my movements. So therefore, I'll carry on exactly as I see fit. I'll walk around with the kids. We'll go to the park, which eventually got cordoned off with tape. I'm like, oh no, there's tape.
Well, if you remember, Randy was a big pusher of this. He had video after video, Randy.
Okay.
Saying how there's going to be thousands and thousands of people dying in the U.S. Could hit the millions.
What a shill. Anyway, while I was out and about, you'd come across two different types of people. Only two. One would literally walk into traffic to avoid crossing paths with you. What I mean by that is you'd walk along the street, on the sidewalk, as you call it, footpath, and you'd have someone coming towards you 200 yards away as they round a bend. And then they see you 200 yards in the distance. And then they walk in the middle of the roadway where cars go so that they don't have to go anywhere near you. And you're like, you do realise that's a road. Cars can drive on there and kill you. But they'd rather avoid the death that you might have behold by potentially encountering the death of a ton of metal hitting them. You're like, okay, bonkers. The other type of person you'd meet would give you a knowing nod and a smile as they walk past you, as if to say, what a load of old nonsense, eh?
Yeah, that's if you're not wearing a mask. If you're not wearing a mask, people are running out of your way. Like you said, they'll run into traffic.
Oh, yeah, I never
you
wore a
get
mask.
The nod when you see another person without a mask, you give each other a certain look like, look at these idiots.
I remember talking about it with 10th and indeed Brian, where you'd discuss how, well, I'm not wearing a mask. So you'd have a situation where the stores around you would kind of semi-insist on you wearing one to be in the store. And I'd be like, well, I'll go in without one and buy my produce for as long as will be tolerated until they say no. And then I'll go to another shop. In other words, I'm not going to go, oh, yeah, okay, I'll put your mask on then. Like, no. Now I will go to a different shop. Now, when you ran out of shops to go to, that's to say everyone else cooked to the standard, you then had to wear a mask. I remember right near the end saying to my wife every so often going, is there a mask in the car? Because I don't want to get turned away from the post office. I need to post this. So you'd have to keep one in the car as a token gesture to slap on for the 25 seconds that you walk in the door, shove your money in front of the counter and go, stamp, please, through the mask. You know what I mean? But other than that, like I say, you'd walk past the second type of person. They wouldn't be wearing a mask. You wouldn't be wearing a mask. They're not the slightest bit concerned that you're going to kill them. They just give you a little nod as you walk past them, as if to say, yeah, what a load of nonsense. And that would be at whatever random time that you'd be out. It's not like, no, I am taking my tolerated 15 minutes of exercise time. It's like, no, I'm out because I want to be out.
This is no time for skepticism. If this virus can claim the life of an asthmatic diabetic feline with AIDS, then we are all truly doomed.
This parody will hit so much harder later down the road. Because at the time, this guy, Darth, was taking a fairly big risk with this video. That is to say, if you only stepped one toe over the line of ruining the magic trick that was COVID, then your channel got taken off you. So this guy was towing that line beautifully, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Ethan, how old was Schnitzerfrez?
See, sound familiar? He's got the patter of the show down perfectly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He would have turned 17 in May.
Just a
17-year-old cat with AIDS and asthma. Add him to the big board.
teenager. How sad. Clearly all age groups are at risk.
Indeed, there is no escape. Intense irrational fear is the only reasonable reaction at this point.
You have my condolences, Ethan.
Thank you. My only comfort is knowing I will be inevitably joining him soon.
If you're watching this after the fact, after we're live, pause the video and read some real-time chat, because he's obviously gone to the effort of making this himself for the video.
I do wonder, though, is it really accurate to add Schnitzerfrez to the people annihilated counter?
It is undoubtedly a result of the virus, Legolas. I don't need any tests to know so, but I'm sure the autopsy's result will corroborate. You should have heard his coughing last night. And the mucus! Just so much mucus!
Oh, no, I do not doubt the virus is the cause of all deaths, even when there are multiple comorbidities present. It's just that Schnitzerfrez wasn't a person, he was a cat.
Get the fuck out!
Ethan, do you mind if I give a quick report?
What do I even
I think
care?
it's called the Wilhelm scream. That they use in almost every movie, and they, some intentionally put it in just so that you'll notice that they've used it, because it was like the classic scream sound effect from a sound effects tape back in the 80s. So almost all movies would use it when someone was falling into a pit or falling from a car that's been crashed into, whatever. They'd be using that particular, I think it's called the Wilhelm scream.
Great. I just wanted everyone to know we finally figured out a way to contain this terrorist threat. We've found the most effective way to kill the virus is to exterminate the hosts. We've been rounding up anyone who so much as sneezes and classifying them as enemy combatants, since you can't be too safe when you're dealing with an undefined disease with vague, non-specific symptoms.
No, you just get the public to do that to themselves. They'll self-police through fear and ignorance.
We then administer the cure, which is a single bullet shot applied directly to the target's head. We found this to be 100% effective in
You're not wearing a mask. Get the hell out. No way you can eat today. Get out of this supermarket. You're not buying any food.
reducing the number of virus-related deaths. Wow, that's great news. Yes, but as with all news, you should also be properly frightened. Oh, don't worry. I've been peeing myself for weeks. Yeah.
That's Paul, isn't it? Saul.
Exactly right. That's why I've purchased enough toilet paper for at least 100 more Dark Universe Mummy reboots and locked myself in a bunker, mere kilometers above the molten iron core of the planet.
That's awesome, bro. How is it down there?
It's hot.
Who's Emporium Globe Earth? Who's that taking off? Can anyone remember? I don't know who that's supposed to be. I can't remember now. Back in the day, I'd remembered who these are all parodying.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a great day, but not too great because of our impending death and destruction.
Hi, QE. Do you want to start your presentation?
Absolutely. Please put my screen up. Great. We all know that the presence of viruses cause disease, except when they don't. It's a lot like when you apply heat to water. As we all know, it doesn't always cause the water to boil. It's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip. We all know that water doesn't always boil when you apply heat. It's a coin flip.
Sounds like Jiren was listening.
Right? It's super annoying when I'm trying to microwave my ramen. It's like, is it going to work this time, or am I going to be eating cold, crunchy noodles?
Exactly. That lack of consistency is what makes science so difficult for the average person to understand.
Oh, this is genius, isn't it? This guy was absolutely genius. To do parody this well, it's hard. It's hard to do comedy.
They don't realize that in any experiment, there are just so many variables that sometimes you just need to throw your hands up and say, that's the cause, even when there's other potential factors involved. That's why the key to understanding is to repeat what experts are telling you, verbatim, without...
I think the experts say it's contrails, don't they?
Yeah. Since
That's the experts
1999.
say.
Those videos, where can we find? Can you share a link to them?
Say again, 8.
Can you share a link to those videos if I want to rewatch them? This,
Yeah,
what you're playing now.
Absolutely. So, link. Copy link address. There we go. I'll stick it in the live stream chat. So anybody who's watching right now, there's a link going by to Darth's YouTube channel. That's DATRH, taking the mickey out of DITRH. So deep inside the rabbit hole is Dave Weiss's channel. I'm sure he has still got that channel, or a channel with a similar derivative name. And DATRH with a picture of Darth Vader on an anorak. It's this channel that's going by in the live stream chat now. So check it out. You can pick it up from the live stream. 8, that is. 8 King.
Also, what you do is leave a comment. Tell them, let's go. Start a new one. Get a new show going. Got a lot of new characters that need validation. Like me.
Like Neil.
Without any critical thought or personally checking sources.
Also, you should be terrified. All the time.
You're stealing my thunder, snoozing soldier. But that's okay. It's not stealing if a government
Snoozing soldiers, sleeping warrior.
official does it. I welcome it. In any event, in my research, I found that there is a very easy solution that can help prevent the spread of this disease. Look at this Venn diagram. This shows an important correlation. As you can see, in 100% of
It shows an important correlation. It's just the level of understanding of our general day-to-day rhetoric at the time, and indeed right through till now, is outstanding. To be able to flip it on its head. There's a super complex virus study. Look at this correlation. just so on point.
virus cases, the victim was breathing. This clearly demonstrates that the most important thing you can do to prevent contracting the disease is to stop your respiration entirely. Now, I know this might be an adjustment, especially for those in Western countries who have become accustomed to a certain standard of living, but it's really our only hope at this point.
Save your granny. Stop your breathing. It's got a meme up with a picture of an old granny sleeping. Save your granny, stop your breathing. That is how they fear bombed everyone. You're going to kill grandma. Do you remember that?
Yes, absolutely. That actually happened to my Aunt Connie. They wouldn't let the family visit her because she was in the hospital, so she died alone.
That's not what I mean. That was the consequence. But what they were fear bombing you with is if you don't do what we tell you, stay where we are within the periods of time we allocate, then you'll kill grandma. It'll be your fault.
Yes, yes. And then they kept you separated from your family.
Yes. And in some instances causing their demise as a consequence of the actions taken to stop killing grandma in the first place.
You can trust me. I'm from the future. Thank you. I love you all.
So when should we start this?
That Universal Soldier. He's got a picture of Universal Soldier with his smiley icon on it. You can trust me, I'm from the future. And then instead of Terminator, it's Universal Soldier.
This, what you call it?
Oxygen distancing.
Right, that. When?
Oh, immediately.
And with that, a big, massive, enormous thank you to our omnipotent, benevolent, unelected medical experts, whose narratives are definitely scientifically valid and certainly not an attempt to further subjugate the population by fearfully rebranding seasonal cold and flu symptoms into a viral pandemic, where the average person has no means of determining whether the virus is a cause or effect of a nebulous disease, or even verifying its existence at all.
I love it. So I don't know if he was showing off, like, bit of fart sniffing at the end, showing, look, obviously I've shown the contrast, but I don't want people to think that I actually believe the contrast and it's not parody. So here's him demonstrating his intellectual prowess by clearly, in a parody form, showing that he understands the base principles of the scientific method, cause and effect reasoning, naturally observed phenomena. He's just crammed it all into that last two sentences. Now, I don't know, like I say, if it's intellectual fart sniffing, like, look, I do understand this stuff, just in case you didn't get that I was doing a parody. So, not necessary, but also shows that he did, I already got it, but that he does understand what we were going through at the time and the importance of it. I love it. Absolutely epic.
I've been Ethan Woodley, and I'll see you in hell.
Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death.
That's not the episode I thought I was going to be playing. So what I actually had intentions for was the Globe Earth Dictate that had Norm visiting. Do you remember? There was an episode where Norm joined. See if I can find that one. Give me a second. Welcome to Globe Earth Dictate. I'm your host, Ethan Woodley, and Apollo hats. Got fake Apollo hats, backpacks, space pens, magnets, poster with signed autograph by LEM, novelty cap for adults, actual size Buzz Aldrin, astronaut urine, bulk order to available, space food, and lost Apollo tapes made to order. So this is the opening page that I used to have with my Spreadshirt shop, which is still available. I haven't updated in about 6 years, but nevertheless, this was like the opening frame that I would have on OBS. So what we're going to do today is we're going to have a little look at one of, or maybe a couple of, we'll see how we get on, the DRTRH, I think it's actually spelled differently, DATRH, Darth, let's just call him, and his Globe Earth Dictate videos. So for your enjoyment, this is Darth's Globe Earth Dictate Uncut.
Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death.
Welcome to Globe Earth Dictate. I'm your host, Ethan Woodley, and if this is your first time watching, you're out of compliance and need to report to a re-education center promptly. If you would like to join the show, scan your national ID card, or simply mute the page you're watching and insert the plug directly into the back of your head to express your views on the greatness of the sphere. Please don't doubt the sphere. Doubting the sphere will get you ejected, and then you'll never be warmly welcomed back into society again. Please also don't forget to share the show. Sharing the show increases the chances of all life forms, great or small.
Got to speed him up because I think he's not quite matching my timbre and tone and speed.
Knowing the truth of the globe Earth and heliocentric model and decreases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show. If you would like to support the show, please fill out form GRX 4710 with your tax return.
Alternatively, just hit the thanks button or share the show. If you haven't got any cash that you want to give me, that's perfectly reasonable.
To have your contribution increased from the minimum allowed by global law. And once again, please stay subscribed, as it is legally mandated to keep up to date with the Globe Earth Dictate. Today I'm joined by Snoozing Soldier, Encomium Globe Earth, Vanilla Saiyan, Saul, Nth Man, Deborah, and Legolas.
Hello. Hey. Hello.
Also, we have over 100,000 people on Discord. Discord, are you there? We'll check back in with Discord later. As always, we begin the show with housekeeping. Question 1. Any evidence that the globe Earth or heliocentric model are less than 100% accurate?
No.
No.
Increase the enthusiasm now!
No, sir. No.
Well, no, in the sense of not really, but there's
Silence,
an occasion-
Legolas. So no's all around for the 499,121st consecutive time. Just
Legolas is supposed to be Arwen.
a reminder for the audience, once we hit 500k, everyone's getting a free puppy, minus shipping and handling. And that concludes the housekeeping. Does
Yeah, subscribe if you've not done so already.
anyone have any testimonials to the grandeur of our beautiful globe Earth and impossibly vast universe?
I do, Ethan, if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
Well, as many of the audience
See what he's got in the background? He's got the Tesla car. He's got the car that they had back in the day that was alleged to be out in space, being driven by some rocket man. Do you remember? Man, this stuff brings back memories. Even then, it looks so stupid.
knows, in my spare time, I'm a judge advocate general
This is the Pluto on Pluto. Yeah, the outline of Pluto. Dog.
for the military, so my jurisdiction is somewhat limited, but I have been able to make several advisements to my superiors on stricter penalty for globe Earth deniers in the armed forces. However, as you might have heard, the Global Freedom Government recently declared martial law, so technically now, my jurisdiction is the whole world. Very exciting.
So what does that mean?
Well, Ethan, the implications are staggering. You'll be able to do
LSD seclusion recalibration sessions?
Of course, I was going to say that. It's much more than that, though. We can legally whip elementary school children who are getting out of line. We can carpet bomb shopping malls if it comes to that. All options are on the table.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Big step in the right direction, Ethan. One world, one mind, you know. That's the only way to stop.
Totally agree. Interested themselves and others. Plus, I don't know any parent who wouldn't want to whip their own children to sort out any disabilitating difference of opinion. To grow up with the stigma of something like being a flat earther, it leads to a life of crime, drugs, scrapbooking, and prostitution, at best.
Can I share my
Scrapbooking.
screen?
Sure, you're on.
This is a picture my daughter drew of the Earth.
It's hideous.
Yeah, I know. She was punished for a week. Bread and water rations only. Too flat at the top. I don't want her loyalty being questioned, especially when she's only 3.
Right, it's tough for parents these days. I know I am very firm with Schnitzerfraz and the thoughts that she has. Shh, not now, Schnitzerfraz.
So I had to redo it, and look at this one. Almost a perfect circle, a sphere.
You know, technically, the Earth is pear-shaped.
Legolas! Your science level is not high enough to state that. You could have your entire license revoked and I could get a double-speak strike. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to boot you.
It's entirely fair. Have a nice day.
That was Legolas, host of the Globe Earth Early Indoctrination Program. Don't forget to subscribe to him as well.
Boy, Legolas was not on the ball today.
That's 10th man, nth man with a pun. He's not on the ball today. And everybody laughs.
Oh my god! And man, I almost urinated in my trousers.
10th man is funny. I don't know why he's taking the mick out of 10th man being funny. He is funny. We'd be back and forth with puns for about 5 minutes. I don't know. I think 10th man's hilarious.
Perfect comedic timing, as always.
Ha, I know, dude. I was on a conference call with my fellow middle managers at the Cracker Factory, and I almost spit out my 13-shot tall bendy soy caramel macchiato latte with extra white mocha, no foam.
Vanilla, always the multitasker.
Yeah, I tried. Hey, don't put the saltines in the soup palette. Hold on, guys.
We are now joined by Norm. Hello, Norm. Are you there?
Yeah, I had a question.
This should go well. Been joined by Norm, presumably representative of a flat earther in this reverse world of globe Earth dictate.
Hold on a moment. We're also now joined by, from the future via Skype, Quantum Entanglement. QE, how are you?
I'm great, Ethan. Thanks for asking. But you know me. I'm always happy.
And courteous.
You're too kind. I'm in a particularly great mood today. I just got back from the circus with my children, and those clowns there, they were so funny, but also very professional and articulate and insightful. I have nothing but the utmost respect for clowns.
Well, as fascinating as that is, we're getting close to being off topic for more than a minute, and we can't afford the additional community guideline strikes. So I believe Norm had a question for the panel.
Yeah, it's probably malformed, but I was just reading some stuff about science and the scientific method.
Methods.
What?
Scientific methods. They are
Methods.
legion.
Yeah, right. And the first steps to observe a natural
A
phenomenon.
first step, sure, one of many, but okay, go on.
So, what's a natural phenomenon?
I'll take this one, Ethan.
Sure thing, Deborah.
I describe this at length in my book. Everything is phenomenal. Shoes, birth landings, steel balls, and more.
You won the Nobel Prize for that, right, Deborah?
Well, it was a combination of that and the previous
Deborah's supposed to be Brenda.
book. The cause of shoes are most likely rocks.
Right. Well, rocks are your independent variable. If rocks, then shoes.
Or at least sandals.
If rocks, then shoes.
I'm confused.
Well, of course you are, hippie. I bet you think you live on a flat, non-rotating plane, too, you fantastical dunce.
Just not really following.
Not following the status quo, right? What were you doing reading about science anyway? Trying to find something incriminating?
No, I just wanted to learn.
We all learn together, or no one learns at all. Do you not remember your blood vows?
I do. That's why I was asking you guys.
Who are you calling a guy?
This has gotten ugly. I'm ejecting this prick.
No, wait, Ethan, can I have a moment with, what's his name?
Norm. All right, but this is on your credit score, encomium.
Very well. Norm, is that right? Yes? Sure, hi. Ethan, share my screen, please.
Okay, you're on.
All right, now, Norm, you see that curvature there? That's the Earth. We live on that, on all parts of it, up, down, sideways. Now what's a problem? Gravity, force.
Up, down, sideways are all flat Earth prerequisites. You can't actually have up or down on a globe. There's no horizontal plane of reference. I notice how I'm just echoing my sentiments from when I first commented on it last time. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Inertia, momentum, these are all science words.
Because at least we're consistent, right? Not much has changed in 5 years or however long this has been out for. It was only a year ago that I covered it, but this has been out since COVID.
It is not
Momentum, inertia, these are all science words.
a force, but it's also a force.
Exactly, Nth man. Profound as you are funny. Do you understand now, Norm? Sure, I mean, I guess.
Listen carefully, Wombat. You are a moron, an idiot, a maroon, a vapid spore, a vacant shell. You are not smart, and you should be sterilized for the good of humanity. Savvy? I'm going to eject you now and touch myself vigorously while I do it. Cry for me now, bitch. Cry so I can consume your tears.
I'm just gonna sign off, actually.
And another flat earther smashed, leaving like a...
I'm going to touch myself vigorously.
Boy, he's got you
Cry for
down.
me, bitch. I don't know about that. He's echoing the sentiments that I hold a mirror up to. So he's talking about getting him sterilised. Now, in the last, a couple of months, I've been pointing out how vicious our opponents are to us when they suggest that we should be sterilised, have our kids taken away. So he's echoing the sentiment that I hold a mirror up to. And the response is, he's got you down. So that's a clear case of careful you don't become the monsters you're fighting against.
Coward. The good news is that a task force is already on its way to his location.
That's right, Ethan. I was reporting him the entire time he was talking. He'll be in the proper hands soon.
See? I was reporting him the whole time. It's like people who could come on the show would be trying to instill copyright strikes and community guideline strikes against the channel whilst simultaneously interacting with us. You know, reporting me to social services to suggest that I should have my kids taken out of my company whilst they're on the show telling me that Earth's a ball and getting destroyed in terms of their rhetoric getting taken apart. So, I don't know, he's kind of incorporated the general demeanour of your average baller and the disdain that I throw back at them.
Soon enough.
Hey, Ethan, before you round out, I had a small presentation that I wanted to
Biscuits are
make.
not biscuits. They're definitely crackers. Oh, shit. Sorry, I'll go on mute.
Vanilla, always
It's Chocolate Sayings interruptions accidentally.
interrupting me with poignant and necessary additions. Gives me a chance to reflect.
Was he just spewing a few racist slurs there, Vanilla Saying, accidentally through the top of quantum, or a quantum entanglement?
On what I was going to say and then ultimately phrase it better. Thank you. And I was also more than a little bit confused on where Triscuits fell on the cracker spectrum, so you have my gratitude for clearing that up as well. Genuinely, thank you. And actually, I'm sorry I called them interruptions. They're gift eruptions. Ethan, can you tell me when I'm up?
What he's parodying there is QE's inability to listen to anybody else say anything ever, and it'd be shut the fuck up immediately when they answered or responded to anything that's going on in the show at the time. Whereas he's saying, oh, these aren't interruptions, these are gift eruptions.
You're presenting?
I had just a few minutes last night, so I put this together. The Earth is a globe. The universe is infinitely huge and constantly expanding. Citations. Quote, the Earth is definitely a giant ball. Stephen Hawking, certified genius. Quote, the Earth goes around the sun, unless you want to think of it as relative motion, then nothing really goes around anything, but regardless, nothing is going around the tiny Earth except the moon. Albert Einstein, Nobel Prize winner. Quote, the flat Earth is for utter morons. The Rumpus, assistant...
Rumpus citation. That's Rumpus.
...to the Grand Pontiff. And now for the cowbell.
Now for the cowbell. Puts the cowbell on screen.
Thank you. I love you all.
Absolutely fantastic presentation, QE. And easy to understand even if you aren't from the year 2234. So I'm going to round out. Discord, anything to add? And with that, a big, massive, enormous thank you to the globe Earth. Hallowed be thy name, and to the massive, expanding universe by which all things are possible. For Globe Earth Dictate, I've been Ethan Woodley, and stay tuned, as the show runs literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death.
Saying the show runs all the time.
What in the world was that?
Globe Earth Dictate. Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy it? Everyone enjoy that?
Yeah, awesome.
It'd be better if I'm there, if he does a new one and Refractor gets in there, CC gets in there, Neil gets in there. I mean, he could do wonders with my character.
I'm sure he could. Yeah, like I said, that's probably about 5 years old now. But I'm glad that...
Yeah, I think my character's already arced out, you know? Like, I'm done.
Yeah, but I sent him a ton of comments. Like, I don't even know if he's around anymore.
We're talking about your character arcs. Fascinating. It's changed the direction of the show fundamentally. Recognizing how our opponents require our position to be true is a drastic change to how we do things around here, John. So, as much as back in the day, it might have been that because you had a similar accent to Paul, the Saul character's down, pegged already in the Globe Earth Dictate. However, the refracted curvature character, introducing the fact that Earth as a flat plane is a requirement for you to believe you are on a sphere, wouldn't have come. Maybe it would have come eventually, but wouldn't have come in the way it did, but for your introduction to the show. So, I don't know if your character arc has got more to come. I mean, no doubt, as far as the Globe Earth Dictate, if you were to be parodied. Yeah, go and check it out. I'll put the link back up again for you to find your way to DATRH. So if you are watching in my live stream, you can go and click on that link that I've just posted in the live stream chat. So there it is on screen if you're in the live stream chat. If you're not watching live, you can just bring up the live stream chat that went by when we were live and still find this link at this moment. So if you want to go and check out his channel, and as Neil says, go and give him some encouragement. Maybe he'll get back into the thick of the debate. Back then, the number of live viewers was considerably higher. It was at the peak of this show before we got heavily censored. So the censorship came right at that time when he was making these videos. That's when it first got ramped up drastically. So pre-COVID, the show numbers were going, north of 300 plus live viewers during the show. And then, like I say, COVID hit, and I assumed, like an idiot, that it would be massively beneficial. That is to say, there'll be loads of people sat around with nothing to do at home, and there'll be a wider audience to find their way to my show. Oh no, not at all. Quite the contrary. Went completely the other direction. So they kept us well and truly away from view for fear of us, regardless if they could spank our bottoms and take the channels off us for doing so. But highlighting to a substantial audience that this is all nonsense, this is a magic trick, don't fall for it. So some relatively large YouTubers, bigger than me, lost their channels during that period, but they were, like myself, building themselves up and then suddenly faced heavy censorship. And if they, in spite of the heavy censorship and warnings and YouTube terms of service guidelines changes that they were all made aware of, whether or not they chose to look is a different matter, but they would have been made aware because I was made aware. And I took heed. I was like, yeah, you don't mess with the magic trick. This was my rhetoric at the time. You can get away with talking about 9/11 today, right? You can say 7-Eleven was a part-time job because it doesn't matter anymore. The magic trick's over. They've done it. Now, if they're trying to instill new fear via 9/11 today or tomorrow, then the rules would change and YouTube would have to make you aware. Just for now, don't be talking about 9/11 truth because we'll take your channel off you. It's just that simple. We control what goes on our platform. You won't be talking about 9/11 being an inside job for the sake of argument, right? But currently, the rules for 9/11 are lax. You can do essentially whatever you like. You can talk about it all day long. It's never going to get your channel taken off you. Same with COVID. We can talk about COVID. There's no stopping us talking about COVID. Why? The magic trick's already been and gone, hasn't it? But at the time, when they're doing the magic trick while it's happening on the stage with all the lighting and smoke and mirrors, you can't stand up in the audience and go, oh, bollocks! There's 2 women! They're in separate boxes! You can't do that. Yeah, because then you get kicked out of the theatre. But once you're outside the theatre, the magic trick's finished. When you're outside, your ticket stub's been torn in half, the show's over, and you're outside going, you do realise there was 2 women. The people who you tell to go, no, he sawed her in half. I watched. In other words, you're telling them that there's 2 women in reality doesn't hit as hard. But you do it in the theatre, get out. Don't ever come back. That was the attitude back then. But don't mess with the magic trick. If there's a programming event, it's hard to know what to term this because it's after the fact. If you call it predictive programming, while that's happening in the moment, I don't know if anyone can come up with a term for that. Present day programming, whatever. Programming. Then yeah, you'll lose your channel.
Well, you just call it programming because you are programming belief structure into people with disinformation.
Well, I mean, when you say predictive programming, people think of things like The Simpsons, with Bart Simpson talking about going to 9/11, going to New York, and he holds up a cartoon comic book with New York written on it in front of it, with 2 twin towers with a plane hurtling towards it on the front of the comic book that he's holding up, and it's in front of a number 9, or it's 9 cents or something like that. So it says 9/11, and you're like, okay, well that's them priming you for what's going to happen. That's the alleged version of predictive programming. So before it actually occurs, they're hinting at this date, specifically 9/11, showing you Twin Towers, showing you New York, showing you a plane, giving you all the pieces preemptively, and then it happens. That's what they call predictive programming. Whereas while it's happening, that's the term I'm looking for. I'm sure there's someone out there with a term for that, but like you've just called it programming, just because it's happening in the moment. So
yeah, it's also part of future faking to keep promoting the garbage and piece of nonsense. Therefore, it'll just continue to be promoted.
Yeah, future faking is like finding, or we will go to Mars to find water, and then they go, okay, we'll definitely do it, and in our lifetime we'll be up there, because the idea is that we'll be colonizing this light in the sky because we found water there. So then every so often they go, oh yeah, we found water. And they go, did you? Yeah, definitely. And we'll go back and we'll find more. We will? Yep. Yeah, definitely. And then you go and the news comes up with, oh, we found water on Mars for the first time. Like, didn't you say that you would find it and then you didn't tell anybody about it and then say that you had, and now you're just technically finding it again? You're like, what is this future fakery, this nonsense where you claim that you're going to do something and then suggest that you have done it, only to suggest that you need to do it again for the first time? Like this crazy way of gaslighting you.
Yep. Well, you got people in chat saying, first of all, let me ask a question. Is this a debatable subject?
What? Flat Earth? No, it's measured flat.
Okay, so Mr. Nick Orton says, I think Nathan would get way more views if he allowed actual debate on the show. Having people with opposing views is much more entertaining than no opposition. Is there an opposing view?
Well, there's two things about that. Anybody can join. It's a public show. So if he feels that he's got an opposing view to me saying Earth's measured flat, he's welcome to come on and oppose my views. I say it in the intro of every show, right? When I point down to the link that you can use to join this public show, you can. The problem is that when there isn't an opposing view because we've wrapped it up, you can't overcome how flat Earth must be measured. Very few people will be courageous enough to come and pretend there's an opposing view. And it's only the very brave or very stupid that come these days to suggest that there's an opposing view. So what this guy is demonstrating is he's got wishful thinking. In his mind, he wants to keep the idea that there's a debate alive. So he's saying, where are the people with the opposing view? You stop them. No, I don't. I don't stop anybody. It's a public show. Anybody can join. When they do join, suggesting that they've got a globe Earth measurement, having it pointed out that your suggestion requires a flat Earth measurement, will put people off wanting to come. So that doesn't mean that there is no opposition. There's plenty. There's plenty of people who still want to believe they're on a globe, but they just won't want to point that belief out to me because I'll point out that their belief requires a flat Earth measurement. They don't want to hear it. So
exactly. It's flat Earth is flat Earth. It's not a viewpoint. What they're saying is they want to try this way of measuring flat with circles of equal altitude because he's done it on a globe and it works. I can't deal with people like this. You're going to try to
let's just break that
do
down.
the metric flat?
Hold on. Area of equal altitude. Circle of equal elevation. Curved? What, having differing heights? You've done it on a globe? No, then it wouldn't be a circle of equal altitude. That means all at the same altitude. Measured from sea level. Described with a circle. That's two-dimensional, flat. A circle of equal altitude, that doesn't work on a globe, right? So to say, I've done it on a globe, no. Either, latter of the two categories, stupid, doesn't understand what a circle is. This is why they don't come. If you're listening, chat skanker, this is why you won't come. Because you're hearing the response in real time. Circle of equal altitude on a globe is an oxymoron.
That's correct. And plus, he's passing by all of flat Earth. Circles of equal altitude, like you just explained. Really? And you want me to give you more information on that?
There is no requirement for any more information. What you've got is somebody in cognitive dissonance. So I've used a, quote, circle, that's a circle, two-dimensional flat circle of equal altitude, same elevation everywhere. Yeah? On a globe? No, that's cognitive dissonance. So this person already knows they need a circle of equal altitude. They already know it's flat. They've always measured it flat. It's not like Jin says where they can turn around and go, no, that would be a lie if you say that I already knew it was flat. What about this guy? He believes he's on a globe in his cognitive dissonance, but what's he telling us? I can make a circle of equal altitude, two-dimensional circle, equal altitude, same level everywhere. That's a flat Earth. That's how it works. He knows it's got to be used. He knows it's got to be measured. Who's off mute? For the love of Jesus.
Me, because I'm trying to read something and I keep losing it, so I got to stay off mute.
People know that they've got to measure it flat. They just try and square the circle of how flat they measure it with how globy they believe it to be by saying this contradiction in terms. I can make a circle, two-dimensional, of equal altitude, same level at all points, work on a globe. Then it wouldn't be a circle and it wouldn't be equal altitude, dumbass. What's that? There's no opposition coming? No, you won't be coming, though, will you, dickhead? Because you'll get told you're a dickhead, that you're an ignorant fool that's got a contradiction in terms as a suggested globe proof when you say this flat Earth only prerequisite area of equal altitude, circular and two-dimensional, works on a three-dimensional curving surface that isn't of equal altitude. That's idiotic. And you'll be told that you're an idiot for believing such idiocy. That's why you won't be coming on the show.
Well, this is what he's saying. He said, this is hysterical. Is it a joke? Circles of equal altitude don't mean they're the same altitude. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's bad for both sides. We in the pre-show talked about flat earthers who go, so if I measure it flat, equal altitude, does that mean I can say it's flat? Yeah. In fact, drawing that consistency and logic after the fact is too much. You don't say, well, because I measure it flat, that means, guess what, it's flat. No, you just measure it flat. End of statement. No logical consistency. It's not in a philosophical context. You don't need to add the if P then Q, P therefore Q, to just if P. It's not even an if statement. It's just P. We measure it flat. That's the end of the statement. But for a glober, it's the antithesis of that. Just because we measure it flat doesn't mean it's flat. That's their attitude, which is, in my opinion, slightly worse than going, it can't be that simple. What? Because we measure it flat, it's flat. Yeah, you've taken it a bit too far, but yeah. But the antithesis from the globe side is, just because we measure it flat doesn't mean it's flat. Yeah, it does. That's exactly what it means.
They think the stars, it means all the stars are at an equal elevation.
They are.
Equal elevation from where? From what?
The stars are all at equal elevation. They're parallel with the ground when you measure them. The fact that the ground position will decrease in angle for celestial navigation functionality means that the sky is parallel with the ground and all the stars are included. All stars are parallel with the ground. If you to draw them out in terms of how they represent themselves, the only ambiguity is that they'll remain the same parallel, let's call it altitude, regardless of your altitude. So you can raise in elevation and this angle that you measure to the star will remain the same. But what you're describing is a flat plane of the ground versus the measured flat plane of the sky. It's always parallel. So if you want to say that the stars are all at the same altitude, it's not strictly true because you can't assign an altitude to them. They alter, or they remain the same as you alter in altitude. So it's not quite correct to say that they've got the same altitude. But in terms of what you're literally measuring, if you were to just describe it in an orthographic manner, you'd describe a flat line for the sky and a flat line for the ground and a protractor wrapped around your position to describe the angle through the protractor of the parallel sky you're measuring versus the ground positions below at the various different triangles at different distances. As the star gets further away, that's along the flat sky, it reaches the optical dissolution point in the distance where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon. So the two parallel ground and sky have a convergence point based on perspective where they appear to meet. That's your 0 and 180 degree measurement point for you and your protractor view. But to have that protractor view, you have a parallel flat plane of the sky with all the stars on it, and the flat parallel plane of the ground used for the baseline of the protractor that you're measuring the flat sky with. So the sky and the stars are flat. That is how you measure it. That's how you can just distort the world that we live in, I use my words intentionally, when you put yourself inside the protractor and call the protractor the globe Earth, and then call the lines along the protractor circles of equal altitude, two-dimensional, the latitude lines wrapped around a spherical ground that you're not standing on, you're standing in. And then you can extend out the lines beyond the protractor that you call the globe Earth based on a derivative R value at 3959 miles through to an infinite celestial sphere or hemisphere from your viewpoint in north or south as described by our own measurements, to later become antipodal and globe Earth shaped. But that infinite distance actually is a description of the parallel sky meeting a convergence point based on perspective. So the flat sky meets the ground by its apparent nature, the horizon, at 0 and 180 degrees of a protractor. The protractor at 3959 miles, North Pole centric, is the northern hemisphere, and then the extended sky as a flat plane wrapped around the protractor that is your globe Earth now, or half of it, becomes the extended celestial plane, that's the ground, and the infinitely distant stars on the outside edge of the measured angles. But you would only achieve those measured angles if the plane of the ground is parallel with the plane of the sky, which it is. That is how we measure it.
Well, what he says here is, let me just read it since you're doing it there. It says a circle. Who just freaking deleted all of this? Why'd you do that?
Who cares?
Yeah, but I'm in the middle of freaking going over these things. My God, a circle of equal altitude means that the elevation angle to the star is the exact same along the perimeter of the circle. How do you guys not know this?
I don't know what he's asking or suggesting, but we've got elevation angle measurements. That's with respect to an angle along the surface because it's elevation. That's flat. And then a line up to the star. That's flat.
How are they getting all these measurements, though? How could you? Sorry. How could you get any of these measurements? Please explain to me.
Just did parallel plane and sky. So the elevation angle is elevation from surface level with a flat baseline forming part of the angle. If you're using the horizon, you correct to the flat surface that I've just described that forms the horizon slightly below your eye line, corrected to it so that you've got a parallel plane to measure the angle through the protractor that you've leveled to the plane of the ground in the sky. That means that you've got a parallel plane and parallel sky to measure the angles through. That's what an elevation angle measurement is. One line up to the star, one line along the ground. That's all it is.
Yeah, and before he plots any of these three circles of equal altitudes, he will have measured an elevation angle from sea level, and the radius line would be the distance between the observer's eye, 1 GP at sea level, and the luminary at sea level, 2 GPs at sea level.
Yeah, so you've got
straight line of radius.
A flat line that gives you a radius to draw out a flat two-dimensional circle of equal elevation. Back to the original point. I know that an area of equal elevation, if you've got a basic understanding of celestial navigation, works on a sphere. You're like, no, it doesn't. It's a circle. You've derived a radius along a flat line that formed part of an angle, and then drawn a circle around at that radius size, flat and two-dimensional. Well, that's a flat plane all the way. There's nothing other than a flat plane being measured and described and detailed with a concept after the measurement fact, with a radial value to form a circle with it. A circle of what, you say? Equal elevation, equal altitude, two-dimensional. It's a circle.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is a perception for those who want to believe in cognitive dissonance that they're still on a sphere, that they can take their flat Earth prerequisites like circles of equal altitude and square the circle of sphericity. You're delusional. You know this guy I'll talk to in direct. I know your name, I don't care. You already know it's flat, don't you? You're just trying to figure out how the flatness that you measure in forms like circles of equal altitude and elevation angles, quote, work on a sphere. But you already know it's flat, don't you? Like we do.
Yeah, Nathan, you hit it right in the head. The name is Flat Creed, and the other guy is Nick Orton. Well, if the door's open, they can come in at any time.
Yeah, but they won't want to, because they won't want me doing what I've just done, which is pointing out you already know it's flat, don't you? You understand all of the flat measurements that can be made, but you want to tell me how you understand that it works on a sphere? Really? Well, you already know it's measured flat. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. You're just living in cognitive dissonance currently. But the measurements, they speak for themselves. You don't need to extend any belief about how the flat measurements will, quote, work on a sphere. Why are you trying to make flat Earth measurements work on a sphere? I don't care. But you know it's flat, don't you? Because you're measuring it flat, like we all do and always have. But nobody wants to hear that. They want the cognitive dissonance to live on. They don't want me pointing out. So let me get it straight. You're going to measure a flat Earth elevation angle. So you know it's measured flat then. They don't want to hear that. They want to say, I know how this flat Earth measurement works on a sphere because Earth's a sphere. And have no challenge come.
Well, they're saying there is no point coming in because Nathan just mutes anyone that...
There it is! I was waiting for it. Who had mute button? Who had mute button on their bingo card? Yeah, I'm laughing at you, pair of dickheads. That's right. No opposition. No, it's Nathan's fault. It's his mute button. It's not because you understood and appreciated how flat you must measure it and want to justify how your flat Earth measurement works on a sphere, having us point out that your flat Earth measurement is a flat Earth measurement. It's just that simple. It's my mute button. Yeah, bless. That's right. It's because you'd get shut down. It's not because I'd annihilate you with your own flat Earth measurements that you absolutely understand. You know it's measured flat already. You don't need to come and talk to me. And what, you wanted to come with minimal opposition while you told me how your flat Earth measurements worked on a sphere? No, it's my mute button. My bad. I love it. Perfect timing. And predictable. You're not only stupid, you're predictable. It's been fun. The hour's already up. Isn't that great?
Awesome.
As we're near the end of the hour, I've got extra time on my hands. By comparison, when you're trying to squeeze every second out of the day, like literally you're parceling up microphones at 1:30 in the morning so that you can take them at 6 o'clock the following day to the parcel shop so you don't get behind, right? That hopefully will slow down more and more and more and more. At one point had 100 listings on eBay, 100 microphones or 100 things that might have one or two items on the same listing, but 100 listings. And now it's down to less than 50 or 50, I think it is. A couple of them have got duplicate items on the same listing. So it's maybe 55 items total, say. So it's slowed right down and I'm not purchasing anything. All I'm doing now is waiting for literally the last couple of things that I purchased previously that haven't turned up yet to turn up. But there's nothing else to do. There's no purchasing. And the money that I was churning will turn into money that I can actually use for stuff. So I've spent, I just want to go through the numbers because I'm quite proud of myself. It's taken a year, 11 months. By the end of February, which is when I started buying microphones last year, will be when I've done 12 months, right? The end of this February. So I've purchased, actually handed over money to other people, £15,000 worth of microphones, and then sold £15,000 worth of microphones, along with a couple of other bits like some RAM I had lying around, a couple of vacuum cleaners that I had lying around, and other bits and bobs. And I've had some refunds and various other things, which has meant that I've ended up at this particular moment in time at 1,500 quid in profit. So I've made 10% profit, right? Literally, I've got 1,500 quid in my bank after flogging £15,000 worth of microphones. And that's kept my mortgage paid. I say my second mortgage paid for the last almost a year. But I've still got about £2,500 worth, or just under £2,400 worth of stuff for sale on eBay. And each time something sells, so I don't know, last item that sold was some realistic microphone for 25 quid. It stays in my bank. Now my intention is to take all of this horizontal paneling and take it and put it on its end. So I end up with 3 nice, neat panels that look like the rest of the room, because the rest of the room's reasonably pretty in terms of how it looks, unlike the mess of panels that's behind me that was put up to maximise the amount of space versus the amount of acoustic panelling I could afford at the time. So this was the first space done, because it's a bit I'm recording in, therefore has stayed a bit of a mess while all the rest of the room has got done afterwards in a much, much nicer looking fashion. So once all of my mics sell, maybe in a month or two's time, I'll take the profit that hasn't had to go towards mortgages to finish off my acoustic treatment without having to e-beg. So the rest of the room was done through borrowing and stealing the money and doing GoFundMes and such like to try and achieve the money to treat the room, to make it a better space for making audio in. And it is now done, which is one of the reasons I could sell microphones in the first place, because I've got a fully treated space, with the exception of the wall behind me. So I want to finish off that if I can actually turn the money into profit. And given I'm not spending the money that I've been introducing into my bank back on microphones, I've stopped buying them. Like I say, I think there's 2 left to arrive that still haven't come. But other than those 2, that's it. I bought my last one, I don't know, for sale at least, I should say, 3 or 4 days, 5 days ago. And normally I'd be spending at least 2, 3, 4 hours a day going through eBay listings, haggling with people, trying to buy stuff off them for pennies. 9 times out of 10 they'd be saying no, and then that 1 in 10 you'd get a decent item for a cheap price that you could turn a profit on. Well, I'll be turning that profit, treating my room, and then dedicating the time that I've got left over from not buying mics. Obviously, I'll still be selling them for a couple of months, to finishing off the book, which is coming along nicely. So over the weekend, we finished off reading it through, what we'd got compiled in what I suppose you could call the 6th draft. That's all been read through, so I can see where it's at. It does need a fair bit of work, more than I was anticipating. It's still on track to come out in Easter or thereabouts. So yeah, I can dedicate my time to that, having not churned up my time flogging the money that I've got in from selling microphones on more microphones in terms of purchasing. I've stopped purchasing. So yeah, my time's now going into editing the book, rearranging the orders of the chapters, finding the right appropriate moments for the anecdotes to slip in around the housekeeping questions, changing people's names from their actual names to fake names that I've made up, checking all the spelling, and then it's ready to come out. So, like I say, 2 or 3 months, however long it takes to... When's Easter? 2 or 3 months' time, I would assume. That's when it'll come out. And yeah, hopefully then I won't have 3 jobs: microphone salesman, YouTuber, and author all at once. I'll just have one. I can dedicate it to this, the fun bit, the actual YouTubing bit, and just have one job. As, like I say, I'm going to stop microphone sales. It's been a good means to an end. As I say, after £15,000 worth of purchases, £15,000 worth of sales, I'm currently at 1,500 quid in profit, and I've got about, at retail value, £15,000 worth of mics. Obviously they're not worth that, they're all used, that I'll end up keeping for a rainy day. Should things get terrible and I run out of money, I can sell maybe another £2,000, £3,000, £4,000 worth of mics in the future should I need to. Or more, hopefully, I'll get to use them and record some of my daughter's stuff if they become musicians. Probably not, but we'll see. Anyway, so it's quite joyous in that respect. I feel a lot more relaxed, having not spent all of my time for the last 2 or 3, 4 days purchasing microphones alongside all the other things I do. So I'm quite delighted how things have gone. I just thought I'd get that in at the end of the show rather than at the beginning when I'm normally in the middle of the process. Like I say, it's coming to an end. And after February, probably be very little that I do about mics unless they're ones that I've actually kept that are my own. I won't constantly be putting out shorts videos. In fact, because all of the stuff that I've been previously purchasing has come and gone, I've got 5, 6 videos left to publish, shorts videos on mics, and then there won't be any more, like, well, maybe 1 or 2 from the ones I'm waiting for, but other than that, there's been dozens and dozens. I think I've got 200 or 300 videos now, shorts videos on microphones, which may bring some people to this subject, flat earth that is, after looking at a mic, and then they look on my channel and go, oh, what's this? So that might be a bit of an added bonus because it's a separate subject, very much a separate subject to what we do here. So there'll be microphone people that potentially come across the subject as a result of looking at some random mic that they wanted to buy. That was the other number, the other statistic. I did already know this, but by the time I've finished and all the mics have sold through, I'll have sold, bought and sold 500 microphones, which I think is quite a big number. Wouldn't you agree? That's a lot of mics. Yes, Nathan, you've done really well. I have. I'm very proud that I've been able to pay my mortgage.
No, I was going to say, well done, mate. That's awesome. Yeah, well done, mate.
Can't actually see any of the money. I've got it on a spreadsheet, and I can see that I've made, or what the number is in profit terms is 1,500 quid currently. Now, that's just a number on a spreadsheet, as in it's already gone. But moving forward, aside from actually still having 2 mortgages to pay, the money that comes in from the stock that's currently on eBay, I think at least some of it will stay in my bank, as in I'll have extra money to buy acoustic treatment with. That's the hope, you know. depends how long it takes to churn through 50 items on eBay. So yeah, hopefully I can churn through those last 50 items and I get to keep all that money or turn it into acoustic treatment, as the case may be. And yeah, that's it. There's not very many more times I'll be waffling on about microphones. I'm sure to many flat earthers' delight. There's a lot of you are like, I don't care about microphones, which is perfectly reasonable. Why would you? You're not here for that. But likewise, there's going to be plenty of people who go and watch my mic videos and go, I'm not interested in flat earth. Again, perfectly reasonable if you're only looking for a microphone.
The second installment of 28 Years Later is great.
Is it really? I've seen it advertised on the sides of buses.
Outstanding.
Danny Boyle, is it? The director? Is it Danny Boyle?
Yes. And the end, I won't tell you because if you get it, the end is really cool because you got to kind of figure out things. You're like, wait a second. If this little girl, whoa, something's going on here. But yeah, the end is really, they throw a little bait out for you. But it was really good.
Excellent.
Good freaking plot. Kind of takes you into like the people that are infected with this rage virus, like what they're seeing could make them do these things. It's pretty cool. You'll like it.
Oh, I must see that. I mean, it's Dawn of the Dead, basically, isn't it? It's a. They wanted it to be more of a thriller.
These are different because they're infected. They're not zombies. They're not dead.
Yeah, I've got it. I've heard Danny Boyle do his spiel on it not being a zombie movie, and it's just bollocks, right? It's just Dawn of the Dead. And when Shaun of the Dead came out, they were quite literally parodying 28 Days Later. That was what they were copying. And because they over-exaggerated the zombie nature of the zombies, it got called a zombie parody. Whereas I remember 20 years ago, or however long it is, 28 years ago, when 28 Days Later came out, and he said the same exact thing, which is, it's not a zombie movie, it's a thriller. And you're like, get lost. It's a zombie movie.
No, because it is true. They're not dying. They're getting infected. Zombie movies, they're dead. Here's the thing, though. Here's the catchy thing. What's cool about it is you get this doctor. There's a doctor that's there, Doctor. I forgot his name anyway, but what he does is he shoots darts at them with heroin in them, and it immobilizes the alphas, which are monstrous, right? And then he's able to freaking pretty much try and communicate with them. He's trying to unend them, but it's pretty cool because you got a whole satanic group that is freaking just vicious throughout the whole movie, and you got regular normal people just trying to survive, and you got the freaking infected that are just infected. It's a good flick.
Well, I'm going to try to recreate a bit from a comedian that I vaguely remember. So, zombie movies, right? If an apocalypse was coming, I just don't understand the hype, you know? I mean, zombies, like, they why would you not go to a good shop and get you a nice leather suit, huh? I mean, they have regular teeth. You go outside in a zombie apocalypse and you're like, oh, it's hot. Let me go out in this tattered t-shirt and this bikini and let a zombie get a nice big chunk of my flesh. Put a freaking leather jacket on.
Yeah, that's the other zombie movies, but this one, when they leave, they're fully prepared. When they leave to do whatever they have to do, they're fully prepared to avoid a bite. Let's just say there's this one group that's rolling with them. You got to watch the first installment of 28 Years Later to understand what's happening in the second one. But I think they're great.
Can I get away with calling today's show Globe Earth Dictate?
That's what it was. And then at the end, we had people dictating how celestial navigation works on a globe. So I think it works out great.
Okay, well, on the thumbnail, I'll call it Globe Earth Dictate. I'll give it the same number think it's what we're on 2477.
I didn't realize though on his shows, I just seen that he had like a Darth Vader shirt on.
Yeah,
So
did
that's
you not
what
notice that? Yeah, Darth. Yeah, that's Darth Vader, as in he's wearing a Darth Vader shirt. It's an anorak, though, isn't it? It's like a poncho or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be, today's show is going to be Globe Earth Dictate 2477 live. Make sense? Yes, Nathan. Makes perfect sense.
You should put, where are you, Darth?
Where are you, Darth? Like I say, well, that's what I was going to mention earlier. When he made Globe Earth Dictate, it was when this show was at its peak of popularity because it wasn't so heavily censored. Yeah?
Yes, that is true.
So therefore, there was a greater incentive because there was more of a chance that your average Joe blogs normally on the audience side would have a vague familiarity about what we do here to make it funny. Whereas given that, you know, instead of being in the hundreds, I think there's, how many people are currently watching? 60 something? No, it's nowhere near as many people watching because it's so heavily censored now. 61 people watching. You know, this show over the course of the hour or whatever it is now, hour and 15 minutes, has had a couple of hundred people watching total over the course of the stream with 61 concurrent viewers. So 200 people overall for the full hour versus 300 people at any given moment watching is a big discrepancy. You know what I mean? It's a big difference.
Yeah, we'll have to remedy that. So hopefully when the book comes out, you do your little tour. People's interest will be piqued, and we can grow.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, my hope is obviously that the channel grows, but by the same token, I am quite content. It's not like back when Globe Earth Dictate came out, I needed the growth to pay the mortgage. Actually, things haven't changed much at all, have they? I was going to say...
What about your fellow man, Nathan?
Again?
What about your fellow man? Haven't you been listening to A King and Jin? It's all about your fellow man. They need to be enlightened. They need to understand we're not on a globe.
Do they? Well, our fellow man was in the audience a minute ago telling us how a flat Earth measurement works on a globe, Neil.
Yeah, because he's not. Well, that's a different type of individual.
No, it's not.
That's a person that knows it's flat.
Yeah, okay. I mean, they're the same people, in my opinion. Right. Any other comments anybody wants to add before I round out the live show?
Yeah, if they know that it's flat, there are people that don't know and they're coming to it, like guys like 8 King that are curious. They get told by their father, hey, look into this. Then they push it off. Then they do look into it, no matter which way they come, feast of nonsense and measurements. And then their interest is piqued and a revelation happens. Holy shoot, I've been living on a flat earth the whole time. Yeah, that's enlightening.
Very. Well, we will continue to do what we do, Neil. But with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Done. Good show. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed covering Globe Earth Dictate.
What happened to the guy that made that? If it's that old, is he still doing stuff?
I don't know.
I don't think so, because he hasn't done anything new. And I've requested many a time.
Yeah, we can just suggest he died.
It could have been that thing that he was making fun of.
I don't think so.
Did anybody see the Denver Broncos New England Patriots football game yesterday? Nathan, you're watching the game, right? You know they're in Denver and it's cold, but the field is nice and green. About 10 minutes later, the field is totally white with snow, and there was nothing they could do about it. You couldn't even see the field. You didn't know where anybody was.
They didn't stop the game, did they?
No, but at one point the announcer said, I wish I could tell you on what yard line the football is right now, but I have no idea. Both coaches made critical mistakes. It's like they don't learn. Don't they know that the New York Giants won a championship game and went to the Super Bowl without scoring a touchdown? Every time they got in scoring range, they kicked the field goal and got 3 points. Both coaches, 2 different games, made the same mistake. They were in field goal range, and they tried to make it on 4th down and got stuffed instead of taking the points. And it cost both teams a victory. I sit here and coach from my couch. I know. If they would just listen to me, I'm yelling at the TV, but nobody listens to me.
Right. Well, it's hard to play a game based on around passing and running when you eliminate one of the options.
That's another thing. I yell for them to run the ball, and they start running the ball, and they're doing great. And then they start passing, which I don't mind, but don't do it on 1st down. If you get stopped, now you got 2nd and 10. If you're gonna do a pass, do like a little screen, a little dump off. You got to get positive yards on the 1st down. Otherwise, you're in a hole. But that game was weird because they just showed you the highlights now. In the 3rd quarter, it was green. The field was beautiful green turf. And then, not even 10 minutes later, it was white. And then points are at a premium there. You should have taken them when you had the opportunity. You know what it is, John? It's all this analytics. Analytics says you're better off going for it.
Yes.
I know Nathan loves that we're talking about sports, but here's the scenario, John. I'll tell you this whole scenario, and you'll agree that they should have taken the 3 points and went up 10-0. They're playing with a backup quarterback. All right? 4th and 1 with a backup quarterback in the championship game who hasn't played in 3 years, hasn't thrown a pass in 3 years. You win 7-0. Now you get the opportunity on your 2nd possession to go up 10-0. Why would you not take that?
Yeah, those are the head scratchers.
Yeah, because if you would have took it, they would have been up 10-0. They lost the game 10-7. Anyway, yeah, those people in chat, that Nick guy, because you're in chat, CC, you know what I'm talking about, and that Flat Creed, no matter what you tell them, they think they're on a globe.
Yeah, it's just flat. You're measuring it flat with everything that you're stating. Circles of equal altitude. Ding! Yeah, you're going to require the horizontal baseline in order to get that measurement.
And that's what makes me scratch my head. Like, how are they not? How do you not see that? You can't not see it. It's right there. I mean, when we first started in this arena, whatever you want to call it, we were looking for a curve. So we had an excuse why we just blew right past all the flat earth prerequisites, as Nathan would say, because our mind was focused on something else. We were looking for that elusive curvature. So we could say, look, you got no curve. Right? And now they're doing it. Now, we ignorantly blew right past it, but now they are deliberately blowing past it and telling you that Earth is curved.
Yeah, you just keep the game going as long as you're just distracted and looking for things that don't exist, then it'll just stay mundane and everything just like it is.
It's like they flipped it. Like they flipped everything that we did around, and they're doing it in the opposite fashion. Weird.
Yeah, it's like asking somebody, how many balls got passed between the white players to the black players when the discussion is about, is there a bear in the image? That's all they want to talk about is the ball passes.
Yeah, that bear's the flat plane. And that's what I'm saying. It's like weird how we ignorantly blew right by it. We didn't see the bear of the flat plane. Now they are deliberately not seeing the bear of the flat plane and telling us that it's curved.
Meanwhile, they'll need the flat plane even for their beliefs. Yeah, everyone measures Earth flat. It's flat.
Yeah, so they'll need that bear of the flat plane to even get their calculations of a ball, correct? That's a fact.
Yep. Any approximation, estimation, calculation, extrapolation, projection, yeah, it will all still come from flat Earth measurements.
I got it now. I just realized it. We didn't see the bear, but they do see the bear. That's it. They see the bear. They know the bear's there. They know the bear can kill him with one swat. So they got to try and get around the bear and tell you that there's a curve. Because that flat Earth bear, it's over one swat. Once they come to realization in their mind and they see that bear, which is the flat plane, the globe is over. And they just don't want it to be over. Now, for what the reasons are, I do not know. I know the people that benefit from it financially, like you could say the people in NASA and work for NASA and all of these other space agencies, you can understand why they don't want to see the bear or they don't acknowledge the bear because they're invested. But what about like this Jin and all these 8 kings with the normal people they talk to? People on the street, which I never run into. What do they have to profit from it?
And they're
Just
not,
embarrassment?
they're pretending it's the people on the street, but it's the sunken cost fallacy. They have dedicated a huge chunk of their time to it. I used to only ascribe this to people like Craig, who profess that they've studied it. Okay, so if you've dedicated a huge chunk of your life to becoming proficient in this, and then it turns out to be wrong, then you've wasted your time, which is just as good as money, right? You've wasted your life, the time that you've been granted, on something that's a folly that's incorrect. Well, you don't want that to be the case, so you'll fight the flat Earth, that is.
Exactly. They got too much invested in it. Time is money. Money is time. I can buy that, but we're talking about reality here.
A reality that they're all aware of. Like, I can make flat Earth measurements of circles of equal altitude work on a flat Earth, work on a globe Earth, is them saying, I know it's measured flat, but I can still make it work. Yes, I've seen the bear, but they were still capable of being counted. You could still count the bounces. The bounces could be still counted, and I have counted them. Yeah, but there's a bear. The whole point was about the bear. No. I've seen the bear. I can make the bear work with the bounces.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Whereas us, when we seen the bear, we were like, holy shoot, look at the bear. How the hell did we not see that 13-foot bear with those claws?
Yeah, square in the circle. Meanwhile, the bear's always there.
There's a Penn and Teller magic trick. There's a similar sort of deal where you can't see something that's not supposed to be there. There's not supposed to be a flat Earth measurement in your globe, right? It's not supposed to be measured flat. Well, what Penn and Teller did once is they introduced the audience to the stage, and this required a certain amount of endurance because they've got to stay in the set for a long time. You'll understand in a second. But as the audience are coming into the theatre, what they see in the middle of the stage that's got the curtains open is a wooden frame. Just a giant rectangular 20-foot by 10-foot frame. And what you can see of it is just a wood frame, like an empty picture that you can see straight through. Now, the reality is that there's a two-way mirror that they're standing behind. So it looks like you can see straight through the frame, but in reality, it's obscuring them standing on the frame inside it. And to audience, Penn, if that's the one that talks, says, nobody will notice if I stick my arm out of the frame. So I can wave at the audience and nobody will see the hand. Watch. So he sticks his hand outside the mirrors, so where they can see that he stood there, and he waves at them. His whole arm's outside the frame. And he's waving and nobody notices because they don't expect to see a disembodied arm. So it doesn't even register. It's not supposed to be there. So nobody sees it. Likewise, there's not supposed to be Earth getting measured flat at any stage. So even when it is there and you're looking right at it, it's not supposed to be there. So when they say I can make this, they don't say it this way, flat Earth only measurement work on a ball, it's the disembodied hand. The disembodied flat Earth hand isn't supposed to be there because we're on a globe and they know it. They think they know it, balls to bones, so they can whistle straight past something that's not supposed to be there. It's not supposed to be a flat Earth measurement of elevation angle. So I can make the elevation angle work on a sphere. You know it's measured flat. You've seen the disembodied hand. It's right in front of you. You're looking at it. Your brain just doesn't register it. It's weird. That's cognitive dissonance for you, though. John summarised it at the beginning of the pre-show.
Yeah, also, there's the sunken cost, right? The part you detailed, what you just said about the not expecting to see it, but then there's the underlying fears that come with their belief that if you are right, then all these other horrible things must be true as well. And that's scary.
Do you remember when Smith is explaining to Neo how the Matrix is kept under control with fear? It's fear that guides you. It's fear that blinds you. When there's about 20 different versions of him all coming at him to beat him up. It's in the second movie. Fear governs most of our concerns. The reason we're self-absorbed, which was what we were covering last week, is so you don't get hit by a bus, right? But that's easily exploited. You know, it's Bernays and Freud, basically, that's given us this understanding in an advanced manner so that it can be exploited through propaganda and psychology. But that's all that's happening. Our fears are being exploited.
Well, just think, right? They detail them like, I would have to question everything I know if this is true. And some people are prepared to do that. Some people will never be prepared to do that.
Yes, that's why I use the disembodied hand example. If you saw the disembodied hand outside the frame, you'd have to question everything you understand and know. Disembodied hands, disembodied arms waving at you don't exist in reality. So for you to see the disembodied hand, you have to question everything about your reality. And because people don't generally walk around questioning everything about their reality, it's easier to just not process it. You just don't see it. The bear doesn't even come into your existence until it's pointed out. Then, because there's a rational explanation for why there's a disembodied hand, you can see the disembodied hand, but not in the moment. It's not supposed to be there.
Yeah,
we shouldn't be here, right? As far as the people in chat are concerned, we shouldn't exist.
Right. And that's kind of what makes this topic so interesting. Because even when they do come to realize it and the whole world accepts it, it will be talked about for centuries afterwards. Because everyone was fooled.
I like that you can visualize it in that way, because for me to describe it in the moment, we have to describe how it's no big deal. To get a foothold in acceptance, you have to have people realize that it's no big deal. We always were dealing with it flat. Nothing's going to change. But that's the antithesis of the reality when you describe it as people will study how people came to be under this misapprehension for centuries to come. You're like, so it is a big deal. You're like, yeah, so it's weird how to break through that barrier of everyone's going to know eventually. You're like, no, you've got to make people realize that they already knew, so that they can realize it's not that big a deal, so they can look back on reflection 10 years after that and go, wow, the entire world thought they were on a ball. Wow. But you've got to go through that breaking point where it's no big deal to then be a big deal again.
Yeah. So even if the topic was settled tomorrow, right, you would still have a show for your perceivable lifetime.
It's a hard thing to do. I'm trying to summarize to my audience how to be nonchalant about it. But deep down inside, I know this is a big deal. And that kind of appreciation of how big a deal it is has been the downfall of a lot of flat earthers. That is to say that they want you to believe it's a big deal and it's a really important thing, whilst not actually having the answers in a coherent manner to convince somebody that they're wrong in the first place. So look, it's really important. This is life affirming and life changing. Really? Well, why? What difference does it make? That was the conversation that happened 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. And there's no good answer for that, because the best you're going to do is, erode faith in people's governments. You're going to sow discourse between the educational community and the people. The ones that need to be getting on board with this early are the ones that are fighting us the hardest.
The other concern is that a lot of our opposition might have been put in place to be scapegoats, like to take the blame. That would also drive the person who's against us more, like the sunken cost fallacy times 10, because they've doubled down and tripled down.
Yeah, like this topic is seriously, there is no, I don't see any foreseeable end to the many different permutations that people will be able to talk about it and how it's affected everything. But it won't change what the world is. It's always been that, you know. It's I don't know.
It's got to be talked about like
It's
the way
interesting
you're
to
describing
talk
it in a banality that comes contrasted with things like Greek gods. When you talk about the Greek gods, we're not suddenly worried that we're going to get smited or there's going to be brimstone and fire falling down on us as a result of saying that Zeus isn't necessarily a real thing. But I'm sure back in a particular time period, there was an adherence to that particular code of religion where it would be heresy to deny any of the aspects that you were told were the stories of the heavens. You know, by contrast, us saying, well, it's completely flat and parallel with the ground, isn't heresy in 100 years or 200 years. You can look back at it and say, well, yeah, what we consider to be normal now is just the arse about face way that the people in the year 2000 thought about the world, because that's what they were told. Like, well, they were told that there's Zeus and, you know, fire gods and thunder gods, and that's how you were taught back then, because that's what the people who wanted to profess to be smart were telling their people, because they didn't want to be perceived to not know. So here's the stories that we've had handed down to us about what creates the thunder in the skies. It's the Greek god Zeus. Not anymore.
I wonder if every fall of an empire, whether it's the Greeks, the Romans, it comes with this foundational change in how we understand the world to be. Or our relation with respect to the heavens, basically.
Is it just you and me in this conversation? You can all join in, you're all welcome to have an opinion.
Well, let me just say one more thing. I thought somebody might want to pop in there, but the foundation of government is the faith of the people and the authority that the people give them. If that authority is eroded, that can destroy an empire.
I think you're getting somewhere. I think that faith in the government as the authority is eroded when people begin to place God as their authority rather than man. That's where my interest is in looking at how heliocentric Christians and biblical cosmology Christians debate and discuss the idea of our cosmology as God created it. And the heliocentric side, or science falsely so called side of the debate, is going to be severely affected when enough people recognize that Psalms 19:1 and Romans 1:18 are true, and we do see God in creation, and none of it has anything to do with how far the stars are and planets and NASA and science of astronomy and all of that stuff. The heliocentric Christians are the sun worshipers of the past. And those are the ones that God brought the hammer down pretty hard on, is the people who are just worshiping the stars and all of our planets are named after God. All the stars and planets and the rockets, everything's named after gods. It is a full-on antichrist religion that opposes God on every corner. So
Antichrist religion but professing Christ. Go figure that. That's how they crafted it. I know what you're saying, but it's forbidden pretty much to use the celestial bodies for anything other than times and seasons. It's forbidden to make them as gods and worship them, like you say. But you'll have a whole section of the church. No, it's not a building. The people that are professing Christians that are handcuffed to heliocentrism. They don't want to hear anything. They do not want to hear anything. You are a brother that sows discord. If you're going to come into my church and forget about having an audience with the pastor like you're supposed to do. If you got a issue with the doctrine of how they're having communion, or if certain people are appointed elder positions, right? You can go to them for anything. Got a question on Revelation. But if you go to them and you say, I just want to have a conversation about where we live, creation, and how God created it, as opposed to what I was taught in school. Because I'm finding stuff in the Bible here. Oh, no. No. You one of them flat earthers? No. No. You will not proselytize in my church. No. I'm coming to you, and I'm just saying, can we have a conversation right now? You and I, you're the pastor. I come to your church. Let's have a conversation of the nature of our reality. You won't even get that. You won't get past the elder at that point.
No, I just point blank asked Hugh Ross just the other day. He's with a organization called Reasons to Believe, and he's an old earth creationist, but everything about him is science. And old earth is, light years and trillions of miles away for stars, all that stuff, the whole heliocentric thing. I just asked him point blank, is Genesis day 2
I lost you.
Wait, I gotta call.
You said it's Genesis day 2. Here's the point. These are the people that need to recognize that what they thought is science is pseudoscience. Those are the ones that you got to get to if you want any change in the church.
Right. Well, talking to Hugh Ross isn't going to bring that about because he is total pseudoscience. And
there's nothing they can do. If they're going to reject the scientific method at its core, then why are we having a conversation?
Yeah, they're not. What did I say? I said he made the star. I just basically quoted Genesis 1:14 through 19. And he replied, and I said, is that true? He says, certainly that is true, but it is subject to misinterpretation. And then he sent me to a link about an article, blah, 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 about interpretation. Yeah.
Wait, so God created the second day is subject to misinterpretation when he lays out what a day is right there in the scripture?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that the firmament is true. Is there something called the firmament that God called heaven? Is that true? I'm just plainly reading the Bible. And he says, yes, it's true, but it's subject to misinterpretation. He's also saying, I'm pushing back on people who talk about universe. I don't know what a universe is.
Yeah, well, they do it a lot in church.
Yeah, it's the cosmos is cosmology is what it is.
Well, here's the thing, what they do. Here's why, and I'll take it to a personal level. Because I thought when my brother first told me this, that you're taking glory away from God. What do you mean? The stars are innumerable. They're a vast universe. So this is where they're at. It's like they think that you're trying to take glory away from God. When, in essence, you're showing them, let's look at creation. Look at the glory of God in creation.
Well, where I also get him at is that in Romans 1:18, basically God says that you can tell I exist, you know I am, because of you witness creation. No one is without excuse. So everyone sees his creation. What people like the astronomers and Hugh Ross and his crowd do is they point to things trillions of miles away and you can't really see them and blah, blah, blah. We know about this and they're light years away, blah, et cetera, et cetera. Not everyone can see that stuff. So how is that giving glory to God? If only the gatekeepers of this sacred knowledge of far away in the vacuum, if only they can tell us what it is and they give us the CGI images and and stuff. And so it's basically boiled down to Christians are giving the authority of knowledge to man and not to God. And it's only going to take when people actually read the Bible and go, yeah, okay, firmament's real. I don't know what the heck it is. Maybe I'll pray about it and figure it out. But I know that it's not vacuum in space, trillions of miles away, blah, blah, blah. The stars are right there. God's throne is right there above the firmament. How do you deal with that if you have a heliocentric worldview? Those people, the heliocentric Christians, are the ones that will ultimately be most affected, probably more than NASA and governments, because people will eventually, hopefully, realize individually that God is the creator. Full stop. And all these heliocentric Christians have been showing that, yeah, well, we believe God's the creator, but, you know, this is what we know because of science. And it goes against scripture, but God is such a wonderful God. He can do anything. He can do anything. Do you believe? Don't you believe God can do anything? My God is bigger than your God because my God can make an infinite universe. And I just say, what's a universe?
Yeah, but I agree 100%. But he doesn't do it in Scripture. He creates what he created in Scripture, and then he rested. It's a done deal. Now, I don't care what you're looking at through a telescope. That doesn't mean anything. God said, it says in the Bible that the stars are innumerable, just like the sand on the seashore is innumerable, right? When he references that, it makes it a comparison to how his seed will be, uncountable, like the stars or sand on the shore, right? So, yeah, everything he created is right there in Genesis. Stars, the moon, and the sun. So besides the moon and the sun, everything else is stars. And we're contained because we're alive.
Yeah. I just go with what God says. The firmament exists. He named it heaven. Other places in scripture confirm that there's something called a firmament above us and it's holding waters back. That we have to accept is true if we're going to believe that God is true and scripture is true and his word is perfect. Right? So that's the best I can do. If you're going to make claims to other stuff, then you're going to have to show me first in scripture where this universe you talk about exists and where the vacuum that you say exists is in scripture. I know there's a firmament because the Bible says so. And I know that sounds circular and
but it's not because we have gas pressure and we can breathe. So you may not know what it consists of, but you know what it's there for. God's terrarium. That's why we are breathing, because we have containment. So the validation of it is we're breathing.
Yeah, it's the antecedent for us having gas pressure to breathe from God's creation.
Yep. And stuff like that is revealed to people by God because he reveals knowledge and wisdom. And he does it generally by just, we look outside, we talked about, babies and life and everything in general. You can't not see
All right.
God.
Here's where they were successful, Surf Daddy. They were successful in putting us into to the Feast of Nonsense. So now, when it comes to the church, what's happening is Feast of Nonsense is coming to the door. So they immediately shut it down, right? Oh, you people think there's an ice wall and this, that, and the other thing. You're all conspirators. So we're labeled right at the beginning, before you even open your mouth. They have you labeled as a conspirator. So it's hard to get past that. You got to be able to forget all about that nonsense. Let's speak about the scriptures. What does it say in the scriptures? And go there to there. That's not, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go see this pastor at church. And I'm going to, if he tries to link me with conspirators, he's going to get his ass told off.
That's very Christian of you, Neil.
Yeah, very Christian of Jesus to flip over tables, too. When it's necessary, it's necessary. And right now, the house of God needs a shaking, needs an awakening. Enough of this nonsense.
Well, that's why I'm practicing with people like Hugh Ross and Jason Lyle and Ken Ham and those guys. In their posts are getting hundreds and hundreds of comments. So I know that most of what I'm laying down is getting lost.
You know who will probably be more open to it? That guy Wes. What's his name? The guy that debates on what?
Are you referring to Huff?
Yes. If somebody can get an audience with him, right? Let's just talk about how it is measured and what it says in the scriptures. Somebody will have, that guy will have an ear.
What's his channel name?
I think his name is Wes Hoff or something. DC might know a little more about him. I just seen a few things of how he debates atheists and these other people that claim these religions predated Christianity. He just hammers them.
Yeah, I have to bring up his links too, but I know Wes Huff through Paula.
Has Paula interacted with him?
I do not know, but I could find out.
Well, yeah, she
Yo, Neil, did you get any snow?
disseminates
Oh,
him.
sorry.
Promotes him. Go ahead.
No, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just asking Neil if he got any snow this morning.
Negative.
We're kind of in the same area. Now, there was a dusting on my car. I guess it snowed last night for like 5 seconds. But my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can just shut up. We've got about 16 inches of drifting snow, and it's going to be like 13 degrees for our below zero for our high. Just get the hell out of here. Shut up.
Hey, listen.
Shut
you
up.
want to live in those Indiana states?
Oh,
that's
man.
your punishment for winning. That's your punishment for winning a national title.
Harp in a minute. I'm going to go full harp in a minute.
Yeah, the same deal here in Oklahoma as well. Nice little layer outside and -2 and all that beautiful stuff.
Wait, you're in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
The home of freaking Rumblefish and the Outsiders? Wow.
Oh, do tell on that stuff. I've not received what's the deal with those guys.
Well, The Outsiders takes place in Oklahoma, and so does the movie Rumblefish. S.E. Hinton, the young teenager that wrote the book The Outsiders about, the socials and the greasers. You never seen The Outsiders? Matt Dillon, Ralph Macchio, Patrick Swayze. I mean, it was a
I
full
faintly
lineup.
remember.
Tom Cruise.
But yeah, I'd have to watch it.
Yeah, but it all took place in Oklahoma.
So how's the movie?
Outsiders was outstanding. I like Rumblefish too, but you know, it's a little weird type of movie. A lot of people might not like it. It's in black and white. But Matt Dillon's in that, and what's his name? Mickey Rourke. Yeah, the movie.
It's funny you bring up Oklahoma because don't they refer to that area as the Plains? And there's several states in the
Oklahoma Plains, not curves.
Yeah, it's plains, and it's also referred to as the heartland of America.
And he lives.
You can see it when you first start driving down the 40. How you would get dubbed that moniker.
Okay, John. Since you're here, what happened? There's something happened with church and you with Flat Earth, right? Or did that happen from the job and just word of mouth? Because I'm going to try and infiltrate the church just to have a discussion with the pastor.
It was just like word of mouth. It was in the back chats that I was what would you call that? Where the Pope? I was excommunicated in the back chats
because you were a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying the reason why is because they linked us with the conspiracy theorists, and it's hard to get in because that's what we're lumped in with. So before you even got a shot, you're already tied to a group that they consider nutters. You know, if we can get past that, we were just having a discussion about how Earth is measured. You know, because you could open your Bible too, and it speaks about the measurements in Job, in the Psalms, speaks about measurements in various places. Let's just focus on that. Forget, I didn't say anything about 9/11. I didn't say anything about JFK. I didn't say anything about an ice wall. I didn't say anything about an AE map or NASA lies or, you know, the government's lying to us. I just want to talk to you about this portion of scripture right here. I'm going to take them into Genesis, right in the beginning. Now, there should be no problem if you're a pastor to have an audience with somebody who wants to speak to you about things like that.
Yeah, you then know them by their fruits, and that this is just how it is. It's not to have any contention. It's just how it is in reality, and this is how Jesus created our earth.
The thing is, in my experience, most pastors, especially ones that have gone through seminary, absolutely avoid creation. Anything to do with it, which is mostly the Old Testament, but creation is confirmed in the New Testament by just how the way people talk about stuff. John's visions, going to heaven and seeing God on the throne, and so I think Amos talks about God's vaulted dome. So it's that they just are so uncomfortable with stuff that they don't know about and haven't studied because no one's told them to study it. They need to preach the Gospels, right? And they've been so brainwashed by the helio-Christians that everybody misinterprets what the Genesis story is, and they just go with that. You're just misinterpreting. They don't understand that when they say that, they're saying that their interpretation is correct and yours is wrong. But they don't have an interpretation because they haven't studied it. They haven't thought about it. They haven't prayed about it. And they just don't know. They don't think they need to know because, science has, proven that the Bible's true. It's a weird thing to get into. I've done it with my past pastor, and we even got so far as to have probably 4 weekly meetings where we just there's like a normal Bible study, and then we would meet for an hour after that for our own little chat about stuff. And he wanted me to go through cosmology. We started in Genesis, and I just pointed out, there's, God created light, and then God created the firmament. Is that true? And he was taking notes rather than having a reasonable discourse with me about it. So basically, it ended up just kind of fizzling out when we couldn't meet several times, and it never came up again. So I just got a chance to plant a seed, I guess. I'm looking at Wes Huff's channel, and I don't see a single thing related to creation.
You're not going to find
theology.
anything related to flat.
Say again, you broke up.
You're not going to find anything related to flat Earth. Well, he's a guy that, by watching a few of his videos, if you're bringing the Bible, he'll have a conversation with you.
Well, he's not. I don't see anything on creation in general.
Probably not. But that doesn't matter.
Several videos about, is the Bible accurate? Is the Bible reliable? And stuff like that. I wonder why people just don't say the Bible's true. You can't just say, oh, it says here there's a firmament. Okay, that's true. And move on. I got to go back out and check on the animals. But I wanted to bring up, and maybe y'all could talk about it. Nathan, have you thought about possibly starting a new channel before the book comes out that's strictly related to just the book and discussing just the book and stuff like that, that will phase out, I'm not saying eliminate or replace, but will be an adjunct or a adjacent, a tangent to the FED that just keeps the conversation about the book and people asking you about chapters of the book where you can answer stuff, kind of like you would be doing with interviews when you get interviews, when you start plugging the book, but as a way for people to, once it's published, to be able to, go here and you can participate and discuss with the author, stuff like that. rather than the angle that currently FED is going, which is to, just point out the measurements and occasionally debate with somebody about, or, argue with somebody about it. But has there been any thought given to something like that?
I don't see the benefit. I've got 4 channels and I've tried different things on each of the different 4 channels, but starting a 5th channel specifically for the book, I really don't see the point. I mean, it is something I can potentially explore further down the line when I've got more time to do so. Ask me again in June, you know what I mean? When I've been doing it for a couple of months or so, promoting the book, that is, without having the burden of writing the damn thing and indeed selling mics. Then I'll be like, yeah, that's something I can look into. I'll do a Nathan Oakley 1980 book review channel or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Possibly not, though.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking only after it's published. It wouldn't be fruitful to use up time talking about it if it isn't published yet. I'm just talking about the opportunity for people to come in clean with the book published, knowing that they can talk with the author about it directly, just about the measurements, just about the book, and we get to talk with the author. Normies aren't going to come to FED, I don't think. I mean, they'll come if they feel like they want to research later what led up to the book. But once the book comes out, that's going to be your whole reason for living for quite a while. And I think that it would be interesting to think about, again, after the book is done, to have prepared either one of your other channels as, retitled or whatever, but something that people who are picking up the book or want to buy the book or want to talk to the author can go to Welcome to Flat Earth channel on YouTube.
Sure, give Nathan more work. He's gonna love that.
I don't mind having more work if I've got the opportunity to do it. So there's plenty of other things that other people have suggested that I do in terms of improving my metadata and tags and things like that. I'm like, yeah, I'm all for all of that. It's just a question of having the time to do it. So yes, I'll be much more open to suggestions in about 3 to 6 months. You know what I mean? For now, it's like, well, there aren't enough hours in the day to do that. I'm substituting out one thing that pays my mortgage so I can get another thing that I've got on my roster that's writing the book done. So it's like, well, do I want to introduce a new channel? Well, that's the primary job, the YouTube channel bit. Well, there isn't enough time to do that currently. So no, but that doesn't mean no, as in I don't think it's a good idea. It may very well be a good idea to rebrand one of my other channels so that it's untarnished with the attitude that, you come on the show and you'll get shut down immediately with the flat earth measurements that you'll be using, as opposed to, I just want to talk to you about your book. So yeah, I understand what you're putting down. It's definitely useful to think about. It's just not something I can do today. But yeah.
And just to be sure, I'm absolutely not saying do it today. It is a future thought to have in mind idea. And that way it would help people like us who are introducing people to just the measurements and, oh, look, here's the book, to go in clean and not have to worry about any baggage. And there's going to be a lot of baggage that the, anti-flat earthers are going to bring up about FED. But 99% of the newbies that are coming in are the normies that will actually take the time to read the book. That kind of demographic is one that would be pretty excited to be able to, to learn this new information and talk to the author, and it'd be a much more relaxed, a totally different atmosphere and vibe. But again, that is just something to think about once the book is done And once it's getting out, it's usually something that, publishers usually set up. You've got, welcome to flatearth.com or .book, whatever, to just promote it and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just a thought. Get it out of your
missed
mind
something
until
from the beginning. Why would you not want them to go to because I lost reception. Why would you not want them to go to the channel? Like, they're going to find Flat Earth Debate.
Yes, they are, if they look at their own. But if they're trying to find out more about the book and the author, then they're not going to go to Flat Earth, or they'll go to FED and they'll find, backlogs that are uncomfortable, shall we say. And, it'll...
Yeah, so what?
Yeah,
but I mean, I'd say, well, guys, I'd say, like, I presume once you've read the book, you'll understand how we've come to where we are now.
Exactly.
With the story of how we've got here. It'll all be explained in the book once you've read it.
Exactly. The ones that are going to come in, if they want to talk to Nathan, they'll know exactly where to find them. Listen, somebody excited finds it, like, oh, shoot, there's an open Discord where I could join and speak to the man.
But like you say, I mean, Nathan's going to give stories. He's going to, I don't, I imagine that the book's going to explain the feast of nonsense and how we missed things and how we've eventually come to this conclusion of realizing the earth has always been measured flat, and the Greeks all knew that. And all the globers explain how it's measured flat when you're speaking to them. And that's the whole point of where we are now.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Is everything going to be laid out in the book? There's nothing to hide. I mean, it is what it is. The shows started from show one on. They happened. You can't hide from any of them.
Dropping a little pebble in the pond. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, what we'll do when we're at the end of the 7th draft is give you guys the opportunity to actually come and have a listen to it in case you guys want to make any tweaks to how things are phrased. A bit like what I intended originally before two thieving bastards took over and decided that my book was their book. But like I say, I will do that process again with the exact same intentions, which is, you guys get to say, well, actually, no, would it be better if we phrase this like this, etc., etc.
Does that mean we'll be editors of the book?
Not editors per se. I mean, just like I say, an opportunity to go through it and see what you think of it.
Oh, once I become an editor, then it's my book.
Yeah, I mean, I've already got an editor. My wife's doing that job now.
Can I be a producer again like I was on the OMI TV? That was funny. I gotta admit that.
Yeah, it'd be nice to. I'm just excited to read the first page to see how that starts off, and how it. Nathan spoke about it before. How it captures your attention. That's what Paula was saying, wasn't she, Nathan?
Yeah.
She wants it to grab your attention. She, from the offset, really say, "Wow, well, I need to carry on reading this."
Yeah, well, there's certain chapters that are a lot more heavy going that are currently, just in terms of the order of the book, they're too heavy to be early in the book. So I need to rearrange them so that the more light-hearted discussions are earlier on, so that it's less grueling to get through. You know what I mean? So the more challenging chapters, things like the Molten Iron Core, as much as Neil likes the story of the Molten Iron Core and Thea and stuff, reading back through it, it is quite heavy going. When if you're a novice in the subject, suddenly it's, you're involved in complex stuff in that chapter, which isn't necessarily preferable.
Just shorten the story. You know, why can't you just shorten it?
Well, it will be. Well, that's what the editing process is all about, Neil. Rome wasn't built in a day.
I should imagine this. I should imagine from recent conversations that the scientific method's going to be like a little bit difficult for some people.
Why? You're talking about the people that are just coming into, that are in this arena. If a regular person, let's just say a regular person, picks up the book and he finds a scientific method laid out, step 1, step 2, then they're going to be like, wow, that's right, I remember that in school. And then maybe they'll see through the pseudoscience. If it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be that way. I'm just assuming, right?
Yeah.
Well, we know there's even people on our side who've been they're finding it difficult to, let go of.
Yeah, but these are the people in this arena with us, one day. Do you think the same person, let's say it's on a shelf at an airport, somebody grabs it. Do you think that guy going through, let me see this about science. Step 1, observe phenomena in nature. Yeah, that checks out. Step 2, and he goes on and on and on and on. He can't dispute that because it's gonna jar his memory. You're gonna remember from when you were in grade school. And then maybe, perhaps maybe, they'll put 2 and 2 together and be like, holy shoot, everything else is pseudoscience. They're in a total category error. Because that's what happened to us, right? When we came here and we started learning what the scientific method was, we were like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then we knew what science was and what science wasn't. It's going to be the same way for the reader.
Yeah, just what it is. Yeah, the penny drops, you'll receive it, and then you'll go from there, disseminating it.
Unless you got invested interest in the stars. Maybe you're going to school to be an astrophysicist. Maybe you're Brian May. You're playing a little lead guitar on the side, but you're an astrophysicist at heart. So when you're done and Queen is over and your lead singer dies and you can't go any further, you pick up the astrophysicist.
Thing is, I don't know what era the scientific method was sort of on our
1700s.
side. No, I mean in this arena, because I'm stuttering my words a little bit. Basically, what I'm trying to say is it's nothing to do with the measurement of Earth, as we all know. But obviously, we do still talk about it quite a lot, as if maybe it has got something to do with the measurement of. No, but listen. So I'm trying to get to a point, but I don't know I'm getting to this point. But it's got nothing to do with the measurement of Earth, the scientific method. We know this. It's more to do with, the heliocentric claims have never been put through. So we're going back into talking about the globe claims, and they have never been put through the scientific method. So do we need to go on about the scientific method so much, is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, so because we do that's why we have to explain and go over what science is over and over again. Because they did put it through and say that the globe is validated through the whole body of science. So they right away, they're in a category error. So we talk about that so we can bring people's attention to what science really is so they don't fall into a category error.
Yeah, that it's not a point of contention and that they are completely distinct. This is science, and this is a separate category. This is the Earth being measured flat.
Correct. But why we talk about science is that's the only reason. because they used it to validate their globe. So once people are on their understanding that it has nothing to do with science, globe or flat, it's a geographical conversation.
Correct. Yep.
Then it's over. Then we don't have
Yep.
to
Stop.
talk about science.
Yeah, it's not scientific. It's measurement.
Yeah, and how do you get people to understand that? They have to know what science is, right?
Well, I don't know. Not really. If you're talking about measurements.
But so they don't fall into a category error. They most certainly better know what the scientific method is. Look what's happening with Jin. Now, Jin is invested in 9/11. So it doesn't matter what you say, he's going to link that up with science because he's heavily invested in 9/11, right? But if we can get people to understand it's nothing to do with science because science is the validation of cause and effect, right? So Earth is a concrete noun. Earth's measurements have nothing to do with science.
I think it's probably there was a certain time, whether it was, I don't know. I wasn't in it that back early that way. But when they were saying what the Globers were using the science, wasn't they, as their proof of a globe, like you said.
Pseudoscience.
Yeah.
So they have to be able to recognize what pseudoscience is, right? It's anything that doesn't adhere to the scientific method.
I just got a call coming in, guys. I won't be.
I don't understand why one deck is not getting. I don't understand why one deck is not getting this. Why we explain what science is so people recognize what it isn't.
Yeah, or you can go from there. That this is just the Earth and how it's measured. That it's measured flat, and then you don't even have to bring up science and the scientific method. That you're just measuring the Earth flat. But that therefore it's just the way it is. You know through discernment by God that this is concrete. You're measuring the Earth flat. And this is the elucidation of cause and effect, natural phenomenon.
Right. The only reason we talk about it is because we had to be re-educated. So we are not in a category error.
It's interesting you say that because what they confuse with science is actually measurement and calculation. So I don't know if it is required to go into science with them.
It's not.
What?
We're talking about why we even talk about science now.
Yeah, like
My
John just
point
said,
is
because
because-
what they call science is measurements.
Right. But it's not. So they don't know what science is. See? So that's my point. People still don't know what science is.
Yeah, but if they try to appeal to it as their pseudoscience, you got them.
Oh, yeah, it's right there with the flat Earth measurements.
I want you to give me some peer-reviewed papers on these flat Earth measurements you say that you're taking.
Yeah. That's what Buck Soundbuster said. I got some papers for you to peer review, and these surveys, you could question them if you want. Question them? Why would I question them? They measured it flat. I'm going to agree with them.
Well, even, when we were doing the research for the book and I was looking into, how P waves and S waves utilize the plane of reference, they don't hide it. It's peer reviewed and it's still there. You know what I mean?
all being done to the reference of the horizontal plane of our flat Earth.
It's never been hidden, has it? We just missed it.
Right. I mean, even when you look at the Principia, look at the first, the first chapter, the first paragraph, a horizontal plane is mentioned. First, before anything else. When you look at Andrew Thomas Young, what's the first disclaimer he gets? You know, it's always there. There's no getting away from it.
But just because it's horizontal doesn't mean it's flat.
That's exactly what it means.
Yeah, well, you can say that.
Yeah, I can.
When I say that, it goes over their heads. Well, they purposely make it go over their heads. They just don't want to understand. They're denying the truth in unrighteousness.
They're always arguing about there is a difference between horizontal, level, and flats and plane. They never mentioning curvature, are they? They never get into that topic.
They try to have an argument over the things that are axiomatically linked together to be descriptions of the same thing, which they will later use as the same thing. Aren't the same thing.
Listen, just because it says the circles of equal altitude don't mean that they're all equal altitude.
Yeah, forget the elevation angle you just took at sea level.
That's what the guy literally wrote in chat today. Didn't mean because the circles of equal altitude that they're all equal in altitude or equal in elevation. It's exactly what it means.
Well, these are the things they say, and I had someone say to me the other day, just because it's all called sea level doesn't mean it's flat. But they're talking about level and flat. They're not saying, well, sea level. They don't bring curvature into it. They're just arguing about the axiomatic principles, like you say, of level, flat, horizontal. They're using all our words and arguing about all our words that we use.
Let me ask a question. Did we ever say that the Earth is smooth?
Well, no, I have not. No, did you?
We said the Earth measures flat. So what the hell are we talking about here? Well, what about the mountains? Yeah, well, it derives from what? What are you measuring them from? Right? What's your base?
If you were to take all the measurements and scale them down to where you had what they like to call a model sitting in front of you, the difference in elevation change would be imperceptible to the human hand, so that it would be smooth to touch.
But again, they'll argue with me saying, well, just because it's called sea level doesn't mean it's flat. No, they're not fighting for a curved Earth at that point. They're just simply saying, well, there's a they're trying to make out there's a difference between level and flat. That's where they're arguing from. I'm not going to be arguing about level and flat. Well, you pick either one, mate. I'm happy with either one.
Well, like the guy A King says, well, we know about the measurements, but can we actually say, that Earth is measured flat? Yeah, that's it. We can say it. That's all we need.
Do we have permission? May we please, sir? May we please stay flat?
Listen.
I got a guy literally right now in a Facebook thread. He's saying your quote unquote measurements are in a macro environment. Or micro environment. It has nothing to do with Earth being flat. See, he's pushing against flat. The measurements of long distances is completely different. I haven't yet been able to point out the distances.
Well, like linear distances.
Yeah, exactly, One Deck. That's what I was about to say. You mean linear distances? Yeah,
I know.
those are all
The
flat.
The problem with these threads is that you can't like jump in and point this stuff out. But here's where his thinking's going. I think this guy's kind of a normie of the flat denier. Says the measurements of long distances is completely different. But you know this. I believe you think the Earth is flat. Perhaps you don't believe man has been to the moon, but that is just ignorance. But you like to bluster and get attention. Sad. And I said, more projection. I don't believe you can believe how we measure the Earth, the surface of Earth. Go measure Earth curve, then get back to me. I think I earlier said to him, maybe it's a thread that I can't, that's not showing to me, but basically said that, moon landing has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. I don't care about it.
Yeah, I would have even ignored that. I would not have bit and took the red herring. I would have just held him to the distance that he just claimed.
Yep. How's them distances measured? What distances? Miles? Kilometers?
Right.
Which
And
one
let's
do you
talk
want to use?
about that from its inception. How do they measure an inch? Was it ever arced, as refracted would say?
Right. I think
You're holding the task at Jump Street.
Into the too long to even be able to get to them. He's at the point of just ad homs. You have neither the intelligence or education to make any comment on this subject. And I just come back. You have neither the intelligence nor education to evaluate my qualifications to comment on this subject. You have no globe curving Earth's surface measurements that don't rely on a horizontal plane of reference in the first instance. And then he just said, actually, I do. There is more to it than, quote, surface measurements, unquote. That's what makes you ignorant. So he's just going away from the measurements. He said, oh, I do have measurements, but there's more to it than measurements, so I'm not going to talk about measurements. He's going to talk about
there's more to it than the surface when you're measuring the surface.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is
the
the
only
point
thing
in
that
these...
there's more to is more to him creating his ball, and that's what he's saying to you. There's more to it.
Right. There's more proof that you're just ignorant of. And you just want to talk about these stupid measurements. And so, yeah, it's gone beyond me just pointing out, oh, that's horizontal. Oh, that's horizontal. Oh, that's horizontal. And
yeah, but that's all you got to do, Surf Daddy. Even if you got to stay there the whole time. Every time he says distant, measurement, angle, elevation angle, horizontal,
that's what I did that's what I did starting the thread. I posted in Master B a couple days ago the pages that there's just 2-page manifesto that I'm starting off these threads with, which is basically the Earth is measured flat. Because the Earth is flat because the Earth is measured flat. Of course it's flat. That's how we measure it. And I just basically say that, and I give about 20 of the, flat words, and that's it. So that's my icebreaker for a lot of these troll farms on Facebook, and they're my entertainment. And guys like that, I mean, at this point, this particular guy is just, I'm just trolling him back because there's no way to have a conversation at this point. He's denied that there's any rationality to a conversation at this point. But yeah, I'm practicing.
If the Earth was a globe, then why did they have to convert it to a globe? Right.
Well, there you go. Going with that if Earth was a globe stuff, nonsense.
Well, I'm trying to
nonsense.
put how we used to do the Haversine with the movie A Few Good Men. I just seen it last night, but I forgot the guy's name. Right? If he wasn't to be touched, right, and he wasn't in grave danger, why did he have to be moved?
Well, that's go back to Surf Daddy. That's where they go, mate. You pointed out horizontal level. It's measured like that. Straight away, he's mentioned distances, which is a linear measurement. So, like Neil said, stick there with him. Then he's going to go into his head-on attacks and your educational, which has got nothing to do with what you're talking about. Yeah. So don't waste your time with them idiots. You know, he's going there because he knows you're making sense. He knows you're spitting out facts, mate.
Yeah, but then, a lot of these people on deck, remember when 10th Man was doing that AI thing, they talk about spherical distances. What? So there's a lot of words that really confuse people. Like, we could pin them out because we're in this arena. We're here for 10 years. We know. But to a regular person, they'll miss that spherical distance. They'll just be, oh, yeah, spherical distance. There it is right there. Just telling you that.
Yeah, but that's where that's where Sodbuster's going, isn't it? Because they jump on this spherical geometry, which we know is mathematical concept. Yeah,
correct.
It's just mathematical after Earth's been measured flat with your elevation angles and your linear distances between 2 points at sea level. Then it's converted into a mathematical model, WGS84, for example. And it's just Habersign formula. Afterwards, it's not actually, nobody's measuring curvature. Because you won't be using a theodolite for one, and you won't be using a sextant for two. They're angle measuring tools to measure angles, which is two straight lines, not curvature.
Exactly.
Curvature is a mathematical concept. So spherical geometry is a load of bollocks.
Yeah, but you sure likes talking like you were a flat Earth ninja, talking about how the Haberstein and blah 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 and blah blah blah. That was nice.
Well, the Habersign, though, just to get it straight, doesn't turn the Earth into a sphere. It turns the sky into a sphere. And then from the plane of reference, all conversions can be done. And then you go, right.
In the plane of reference, it's this equator, right?
Yeah,
or the equatorial plane center.
Right, well, no, it's the equatorial plane is how they build the sphere. And then they take ecliptic planes, which are angle changes from that equatorial
celestial
plane.
sphere.
And that's your celestial sphere. And then the Habersign is what gives you the circles of the great circle roots, right?
Yeah, that's all. It's all about the great circle roots. Yeah, the great circles. That's what they'll go on about, and spherical geometry. I think they've got something with this for some reason.
Well, they think that's how sextant works.
It's been peer reviewed, mate. It's been peer reviewed. Have you not read it, John? Have you not read the peer reviews, mate?
Oh, absolutely. But they're only great circle roots with respect to the plane of reference.
Oh, dear.
They must respect the plane of reference. There's no getting around it.
Around it.
Yeah, you can't get any roots you can't get any roots to anything without the plane. Right? Because that's where you're getting your measurements from.
Yeah, plain and simple.
Unless we have another way of deriving measurements. Do we have a thing called a curval? Is that one in existence?
I think the way they're being so cocky at the moment, a lot of them, is they've got no qualms now with actually, they'll talk to you face to face and on a computer about using plumb and perpendicular and horizontal, as if this has got nothing, this is all to do with curvature. But that's what they're doing now. They're using the 30 words, and probably more, in your face, and telling you, we're going to use the horizontal, we're going to use level and plumb. We're going to get an elevation angle off the top of Everest if we want. We'll be getting the elevation angles. Don't you worry about that. We can get them. They're never talking about curvature. They're talking about all our stuff, but still thinking that's got something to do with curvature.
Don't forget that it's also perpendicular to gravity.
Oh. Now you can talk about the scientific method.
No, plumb is perpendicular to gravity to the center of the Earth.
I just take him back
Well,
to
you're
the
gonna
definite perpendicular.
You're going to
means
need a
90
curve.
degrees.
You're going to need a curve. You're going to need a curve measurement for that, mate. The center of that
Well, that's
sphere,
how
you're
they
going to
get
need
the
to
curve.
have measured the circumference of a globe.
No, well, that's how they get their curve, because they turn that perpendicular plumb line into the tangent plane that's on their ball.
Surf Daddy, you watched that video I posted yesterday, didn't you? I'm pretty sure that's the way the likes of Simon Dan is saying that the level theodolites from Plum. Nothing to do with Horizon.
I think I'll actually, if you just start with, I think about I posted it, I wrote about it this morning in Master B. Basically, if you look at that video, starting at like maybe the 10-minute or 11-minute mark, that's got Simon Dan basically saying that local level and stuff like that. The guy that did the video, man, he was painful. Ugh.
He starts off that he's not bothered, what difference would it make and all that, but then he's just dumbfounded when he's listening to his little hero, Simon Dan, Rabbit Nun. It's bizarre. Very bizarre.
He says, and I'm done compared to this guy. He said, holy cow, you don't know what you're saying, dude. But he's the guy that's listening to Dan, who is saying things like local level, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is local. It is local level. It's level everywhere.
Exactly. That's right. One deck.
Yeah, it is locally level. You're correct.
Listen, I got to the point where those guys in chat. Sorry, one deck. Those guys in chat today, the Nick guy and the flat Creed. I said, listen, okay, have fun, enjoy your globe. I tell you, we talk about measurements. You refuse. Not that you can. You tell me some other nonsense. Enjoy your globe. What are you doing here? Right? Should you be on Gem Pandas or somebody else telling them how globular everything is? Have fun. I've got no time for them no more. I don't. It's really aggravating to me because something that should be eye-opening and penny-dropping, I don't have no time no more. I just really don't have. I have no desire. I'm not trying to convert you.
Yeah, I think back a few years ago, and I can speak for myself, before you was 100% sure without a doubt that Earth measured flat, you probably would get yourself. Yeah, you're fighting because you at that same time you're trying to convince yourself a little bit more and get to the point you need to get to with sea level being the 0 degree baseline and elevation angles and celestial navigation. And now it's actually everything requires the horizontal constant. That's how Earth's measured. That's how it's always been measured. And every story you hear, like John's just explained, will open up with a horizontal plane. Now you're there and we're here and we're all together now. You don't have to go through that fight for your own sort of sanity to know for 100% without a doubt that Earth is measured flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there it is. Earth measured flat. Have a beautiful day.
And the more we ignore them and just say, see you later, and don't pay attention to them, then the less and less they'll have to talk about. Anybody trying to convince them that the Earth is not flat.
I don't know. There'll always be some idiots spewing feisty nonsense.
True, there always will be. There's always someone doing that, but I think that our perception of how effective people like Dan and that the usual suspects are, other than that,
YouTube is communistically supporting them, propping them up, subsidizing. YouTube basically just subsidizes them to keep them as the useful idiots in the top of the algorithm. That as soon as people start shifting from trying to find out about the nature of Earth through conspiracy and nonsense, they'll become weaker and weaker. And our goal basically is just one-on-one, or planting seeds. Really, at this point, is all you can do. You can't become. I don't think anyone can become the big arbiter or the big approved critic that pushes that the Earth is flat, right? That the Earth is measured the way it is could be just a no-brainer and not at all controversial. That's why I've stopped saying things like, I'm trying not to say flat Earth. And I'm trying not.
We got to change our freaking language. This is starting to bother me now.
I'm massaging the language, Neil. My rhetoric. I'm honing my rhetoric in that I'm very careful about how I say things so I can be more precise and avoid what I know will be the gut reactions of most people when I say the word flat Earth. There's baggage with that. And that's why there's baggage now when people say, well, it's horizontal, it's level, but it's not flat. That doesn't mean it's flat. They're pushing against the word. They're pushing against the idea of the pancake in space. They're pushing against all the social pressure that they perceive is out there in their favor. Of course, the Earth is a globe. We've known forever. That power that they give themselves, everybody gives themselves, because they just assume that thousands of years, this is obvious. On all these threads, none of these people have said, well, here's the proof, here's the proof. They've always just come against, well, it's not flat. And you don't know what you're talking about, and you don't know what you mean, and gravity. And
but Daddy, you don't
have a great day then.
Listen, you'd only get into these conversations here with these knuckleheads, yeah? In everyday life, you're not going to get into an argument with somebody about what level means, down at your local church seminar or just out and about with your friends and family. Everybody knows what level is.
Especially if you're doing a job.
Arguing.
Right? If I'm doing a job with you, how are we going to argue what level is if you and I are doing a job one day? And we got to set this freaking mini split on a wall, and we got to make sure that this thing is level. Are we going to argue about the term?
No, we're going to have a spirit level. We're going to hang the brackets on the wall, and we're going to put the level across the two brackets. The bubble's going to be in the middle, and it'll be horizontal and level. There's going to be no argument between me and you that looks level, and it's going to be a certain height off the floor. Yeah. And that's what you do. And that's why the videos we're watching at the moment, or have been, are showing us people who are dealing with the Earth and measuring Earth in construction and building bridges and, mapping the areas.
Exactly. We stopped doing it for a couple of weeks. We stopped doing it, and we're in a mess again. I feel like we took a step backwards. We're fighting how to argue not the globe and this, that, and the other thing, and science again. And we were taking great strides with regular people that use Earth flat, and now we're freaking back in a mosh pit.
Yep, we'd got rid of all that crap. And we don't want to go back there. We'd come through all that shit. Now, if somebody or people have dragged us back there for some reason, we need to get back on form for these measurements and how people are actually measuring the Earth. And we're just pointing out how everybody's doing it in everyday life. Not us. We're just saying this is what we found and this is how it's dealt with.
Yeah, that's powerful because it's powerful because they can't argue with that. There's nothing to argue with. You've seen it. I've seen it. We all seen it. We all comprehend. what the survey is doing?
Hey, Neil,
Yeah, I mean, I
how
don't
is
know.
your son taking it? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, John. Go on, man.
I was just going to ask Neil, how is your son taking it? Because you said he's accepted the measurements. Does he try to argue, or
No.
is it just like,
Don't argue about measurements. No way.
Not what he's asking.
What's it?
He's asking in more general terms, right? You can't argue with the measurements, but in terms of his cognitive dissonance overall, is he arguing with you in general about flat Earth? Is what's being asked.
No.
I'm interested too, John. That's why I've piped up.
Not at all. Not at all. Don't even come up. He's arguing politics now and evolution and things like that. Whatever, don't even come up anymore. That's why they was pissing me off the other day, and that show was on just yesterday. I was getting pissed off all over again. Don't freaking judge me by if my son's a flat earther or not. You just want to ram that shit down everybody's throat. I don't.
Listen, but what I was saying is, like...
Hold on one second, give me 1 second. The only reason I brought up my son that day was because after all the years of all the bullshit, the only thing that penetrated was the measurement.
Are you going to respond, John?
Dad, one deck.
I wasn't sure if it was back and forth there. What? Just going back to what you were saying, Neil. Yeah, we need to get back on these Earth being measured flat videos, because I've noticed, like you said, Neil, I have been a bit busy last week and with other personal things, but I have jumped in sometimes and fucking talking about 9/11 once. I mean, what the hell are we talking about 9/11 for God's sake?
One Dick must have been flipping out. He's over there doing his job. All of a sudden, let me see what's going on in the show. And you get this 9/11 gin going crazy. Must have been like, what the freak's gone off here? I step away for a little while, and these guys are in conspiracy realm.
I've not been in for 3 days, and I come into 9/11 thinking, have we moved forward or have we moved back, or is something going on that I don't know about?
You know when you tell a kid not to do something, and they go, wait a second, is that going to be something that I'm going to be told to never do again? This might be the last chance to do it. So they do it more as a consequence because they think it'll be the last opportunity to get away with it. So because we've been hyper vigilant and focused on not indulging in the feast of nonsense, all those people who have it underlying and just under the surface level, it's come above the surface level. So you, like gin and harp are two examples. Yep. There'll be more. Someone else will come out the woodwork. So you've heard me talking about COVID a couple of times. Should I say this? I'm dangling my line out there. I'm seeing who's out there that wants to latch onto it, and there's a few.
Are you fishing, Nathan?
I'm fishing just because I want to make an example of them. I'm sorry if you're listening to this thinking you bastard. Well, tough luck, right? If you're hanging around, you've got to be. It's a bit like my microphones. You can't stay in the locker unless you've got a use. And if you're out there as a conspiratard, giving the flat earthers bad rap by being the person that's capable of being ridiculed, I want you to come to the forefront so I can make an example of you. So I can show you why it's a bad idea. And it's only when you get the people who are a bit more level-headed, as the audience gets more and more pared back. It's not increasing with level-headed people. It's just the numpties and are being pruned away. So you're just left with more focused, level-headed people. And they just laugh at the conspiratard's standard when it comes to evidence these days. So back in the day, 5 years, 6 years, 8 years probably ago, when conspiratard notions that we call the feast of nonsense now could be talked about, were talked about, and just invited their main ends, which was to get us ridiculed for being conspiratards. When you reflect on those types of subjects now, the standards have been raised. So you go, whoa, really? And suddenly there's a few raised eyebrows, you know what I mean? From the rest of the pruned back, level-headed people that I've ended up being associated with, right? For the most part, in this group, us, we're pretty non-conspiratorial, level-headed, reasonable thinkers, and we've got high standards in terms of the evidence that we'll accept for anything that's being claimed, and indeed anything that we'll scrutinise, even if we don't have an interest in it. I haven't got an interest in Timotei hair shampoo being scientifically valid, but when I hear it, my ears prick up because of the standards I hold. Not because I've got an interest in having shiny hair. I haven't got any. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you're eking out those people from the woodwork, it's like, nah, it's coming up for spring. we need a clean out.
That's so true, and you hear it the other day too. I was listening back to a show, and 9/11 came up, and Hawk turned around and said, "Well, you trying to say that 9/11 wasn't a conspiracy?" So what happens is when people, and I am tooting the horn of flat earth debate. I am. I'm gonna pull like a truck driver pulls the horn. That's what I'm doing. I'm pulling a horn right now. When you step away from this show and then you come back, say 4 years later, you can tell. You could tell immediately that people ain't been keeping up with the flat earth debate. That's a fact.
Yeah, but it's like what Nathan said, Timotei shampoo. That's not been put through the scientific method, whereas Head and Shoulders, that has.
Yeah, because it's dandruff. It's natural phenomenon of dandruff.
It's dandruff. It's flakes falling off your head. It's a natural occurring phenomenon. That,
If you could measure the flakes
nature.
falling, you measure the flakes falling from your head. That's natural. Man is natural. I could borrow from the scientific method.
The
Applied science.
elucidation of the scalp, of the cause and effect of what's going on in the scalp. It's that easy.
Listen, I could borrow from the scientific method, and I could use a new thing. It's called applied science. I could take the structure of how the scientific method proves things in nature, and I could use them steps and apply it to this synthetic thing that's going on.
Pardon me, but you did mention a natural phenomenon. Dandruff is a biological function. You can show the cause of with the scientific method. You can't say. Oh, sorry.
No, finish up, John.
So, you can't say that because I measure how much dandruff is coming off these two different individuals' heads who use different shampoos, that one is eliminating the dandruff better than the other just on that. You see what I'm saying? That's not science.
They say, John, 10 people use Head and Shoulders, and 10 people use Timotei, and the Americans won. Head and Shoulders cleaned out all 10, where Timotei left about 7 people who still had dandruff. So scientifically validated, Head and Shoulders is above all the rest.
Yeah, it's been completely peer reviewed.
But we have declined to this level of the argument of science and dandruff.
No, that's not a get out of jail free rose for you because you haven't done your homework. It means as a sentiment moving forward to know what science is not. To move forward from it, you first have to know what it is. So there's no getting out of homework just because we said, oh, it's irrelevant, we're in a category error if we consider flat earthism as science. It isn't. It doesn't mean you're not going to know what it is to know what it isn't.
But Nathan, I thought we resolved that with the gem. You made a great point with the gem. Natural phenomena. We have diamonds, we have rubies. The thing was the problem that nobody observed it. So that negated it right there. But just because the guys engineered and made replicas with the same carbon and silicon carbide and all the different chemicals from the earth and manufactured and manifested it in lab creation doesn't mean that they did science. You even broke it down to the next level. They were just engineers, gemological engineers.
Well, you've
So
missed the mark slightly with there, because the point with the gems is that if you just describe something like a gem, it's a concrete noun. It's not something occurring. Now, if you talk about it as you did half step around the creation of synthetic materials, then there is something occurring, but the process of that occurring is synthetic. That's to say, a man is making them. You already know the cause of the concrete noun in the process of it occurring because a man's making it occur. But for nature to actually yield some relevance to us moving forward, we need to ask questions that we don't know the answer to, as opposed to ones that we do. Like, why did this happen? A man made it happen, and then it became this rock. Well, if you look at just the rock in nature, it's just a rock. It's not anything happening. You can't science it. So for the start of the process to begin, you've got to start by observing something happen, as opposed to a concrete noun. So a phenomenon is something occurring.
To be pedantic, Nathan, something is happening.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
Diamond.
Because we didn't
Hold
observe
on.
it.
Let's just nip this in the bud, Len. Diamond. What's happening? Go.
No. With rocks, entropy is happening. Constantly happening with everything.
I mean, yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, but you can't observe that.
You're not getting away with that. You're not going to give me the scientific evidence of entropy as a cause and effect relationship. Natural laws, that's to say things that are a description of that which occurs always, right? The arrow of time, the decay, if you want to describe it, of a diamond. You're saying, so just by it being, it's naturally having the process of entropy apply. Yeah, but then your effect isn't diamond anymore. It's entropy. And then I'll just laugh at you if you think you're going to cause an effect for entropy of the world. No, we're talking about the diamond, not the entropic effects on the diamond, because that would be the phenomena if you're going to put that through the scientific method. Only one dependent variable at a time, very much. But your dependent variable for Len's example is bloody entropy. You're not going to science entropy. It's a natural law. You're never going to rewind the arrow of time to figure out what caused it, because you've got to get to the point where nothing's occurring and then something's occurring to have a variable. Well, that would be rewinding to the beginning of the time. Then you're into Lemaitre's bullshit with Big Bang, or ascribing it, as would be more accurate based on the ontological primitives, to God. But you're not going to science that in this moment. You, as a researcher, can't vary and manipulate. What you say causes the arrow of frickin' time. Get lost. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a diamond. Let me get to my bloody point. A diamond, which is a concrete noun, that ain't going through the method. The entropy of the diamond's a different effect, and your cause of a natural, a synthetic diamond, we already know. So when it just comes to what's existing in nature, the diamond in nature, you're not going to cause and affect it. It's a concrete noun. Jog on.
Only best stick your word in there now.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that it was a scientific methodology or even scientifically proven. What I was saying was, in gemology, with this lab creation, what they're doing is, I mean, they're trying to confirm their ascribed hypothesis, which is that chronology of 1 million years. That's all horse crap. We know that. Okay, whether it takes a week, whether it takes a year, whether it takes forever, whether it takes since the creation, according to the scriptures. Nonetheless, they are able to dissect and find out what are the components within that which they found in the ground. And then they're able to engineer it and make something that has the exact same components that they found when they broke down this concrete noun. So I don't think that is science, and I agree that, but that's the closest argument as far as when it comes to something from the earth. And something did happen.
Who observed it?
Like that, or
who observed it? Tell me who observed it.
No, we know nobody observed it. We already got
then
that.
That's step one. And step one, it knocks out of the box. So where are we going now?
So Neil, first of all, you don't have to talk as if you're giving me an epiphany, because I already said that 2 weeks ago, and that's why I used it as an example.
Don't take it personal. This is for an audience.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is the dandruff, I like the dandruff too. But I use those two examples are pretty much better than what people like Jen use when they talk about all these other things that they incorporate science with. That's what I was saying. As far as at least it's from the earth. You know what I'm saying? At least it's from the earth. Whether they saw the
away with this.
Whether they saw the phenomena or not, it's from the earth.
No, it's not like there's a standard that you can say, well, at least it's man-made, therefore man's natural. No, there's not any wishy-washy standards where, well, at least they've got it from the ground, so this can't. No, It's just as it's so narrow, the scientific method, that you just say, is it a phenomena or isn't it? If it is a phenomena, have you actually observed it occurring? That is to say, is it natural?
Right.
That's it. That's step one. Simultaneously, that observation of the natural phenomena is half of the hypothesis, because you've only got an if and then relationship in the hypothesis. The null's just the mirror. So if you've got the then, that's the then this phenomena. Well, you can't go then diamonds. It doesn't make sense in a logical consistency. You can't say if something then diamonds to have a natural cause and effect relationship established in a hypothesis. It's a concrete noun, diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you say diamonds exploding into unicorns, that's something occurring, right? Leaf falling from tree is something happening. You can science that. You can say if X, then leaf falling, and then have the null if X, then not leaf falling. You know, you can cause and effect something that's actually happening, but not something that's a concrete noun. So when you say, well, at least they got it from the ground, it just makes me shudder. Sorry to single you out. Don't.
No, Nathan, take it as you will, because I'm doing the Baldwin, if you will. I'm doing that on purpose. Like Neil said, don't take it personal, for the listening audience to understand that even the most accolade-earning Nobel Peace Prize cats you want to talk about, like Henry Moisen, the guy that discovered the moissanite and all this. They try to save Nobel Peace Prize for science. I'm just letting the audience know it's not science. You find some rare animals, 20 phantoms under the sea. It's not science. It's just a discovery. I'm just helping you. I'm triggering you so you keep reiterating that. That's all.
But this started from Nathan saying you're not getting out of school without doing homework, because people are saying, why do we even have to talk about the scientific method? Well, you have to, so people know what science is and what it isn't, so they can't get duped again. Because it seems like people are getting duped again, or they never paid attention to what we've been talking about for 10 years.
I think we need to get some more surveyor videos on, though, and measurement videos. To tell you the truth.
That's the one that's like, I don't want to hear about this science shit anymore. I'm sick of 9/11. Let's get these videos on proving Earth is flat.
No, it's important what Neil saying that Nathan is doing, because we're outnumbered on television and books and National Geographic when they put the title scientists and scientifically proven and scientific discoveries and yada, yada, yada. We're outnumbered. So they keep reiterating the pseudoscience as being the scientific methodology. That's why this and that is going on, and why we're advancing as a human race and all this crap. So
yeah, well, now you got Will Smith going pole to pole. It's a TV show.
Oh my God!
They're doing experiments.
God. Thank you. I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. Now you got Will Smith doing it. Yes, on Disney, one of the biggest platforms.
Now comes the science. Now comes the science, and they open up a map. Oh boy, we got problems. We got a lot of work to do. Sorry, Len, I cut you off. What'd you say?
Just saying Will Smith was a useful idiot. Sorry, I shouldn't have stepped on your toes, buddy.
No, but that's true. He's so influential. Not only his fans who biasly favor him, but anything else. I mean, that's what they do. They use like they did William Shatner, like they did Perry, Kate Perry. I mean, we're outnumbered, bro.
What he literally held open a map. The guy pointed to where they are at the moment and said, right now, you're at the bottom of the globe. And he's showing him this on a flat map.
Why didn't he pull out a globe and do that? I would have respected his stupidity or his deception better. But he pulled out a map, a flat map.
It can't be that simple.
Flat map.
Just because the map and the scale and the distances are all flat on the map doesn't mean it's flat.
Exactly.
It's just much easier to show it like that.
There you go.
Easy,
Now
you've
you're
got it. It's
catching
just
on.
easier to show the measurements that we measured flat when they're flat. Doesn't mean they're flat. Horizontal doesn't mean flat. Just because they're linear measurements of the surface level flat doesn't mean it's flat. What's wrong with you, bunch of boneheads? You just don't understand.
That's where we're at, though, isn't it? It's just easier to do this. We're not going to measure the curvature because that's a bit complicated because the Earth's curved. So we're just going to measure it flat and horizontal, and it's just so simple to do that.
Well, that's the thing. He let him get away with, and because Will Smith don't know any better, he just pointed at the flat map and said, "Right now, you're at the bottom of the globe."
Don't give him that much credit. Please don't give him that much credit. Not know any better. Don't give naivety him that don't. Please. Let's not.
But he's just but hold on, he's the regular guy. I mean,
is he the regular guy? Is he the regular guy?
But 10 years ago, maybe they wouldn't have got away with it with you because you had your father telling you some stuff. Would have got away with it with me. I would have been
I
like,
didn't
wow.
see this. Yeah, but
he was supposed to be the.
Neil.
Did you know he was supposed to be the lead in the Matrix?
Yeah, I heard.
Neil. We're talking about a man. Not that it matters because it ain't about how far you can see, but we're talking about a dude that was up several thousand feet in the sky. And no, he didn't see any curve when he skydived 4 years ago, or how many years ago it was.
They didn't really do those things. He was just CGI when he was Hancock.
Not Hancock. He really did in real life. He even showed it he showed us via, I think, a regular GoPro camera.
And he said he's seen curvature?
No, he did not. He knows he didn't see curvature.
All right, but so what is he, like, I don't get, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, I was on a plane in 2001, and I seen everything flat, but never once did I question, like, I was looking out and be like, well, I wonder if I'll be high enough to see a little curve. You know, I wasn't putting it together.
Were you conscious of the debate of
No, it was 2001. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you can't hold normal people that are in this arena. You can hold them to it, but a regular guy, you can't. Let me finish.
Do you really believe? Do you really believe that?
You're gonna let me finish? A regular guy. I don't know about Will Smith. I don't know what he knows or what he don't know. But if he's a regular, normal guy that just happens to be a celebrity, no, he has no clue what's going on.
What I'm saying to you is, unlike yourself, when you're looking out the plane, you weren't even into what you are now from 2015 till now for the past 10, 11 years. He is just as everyone else, whether they suck their teeth, scoff, roll their eyes, or say, yeah, I've heard about that. He is quite aware.
How do you know?
That there's, oh my God.
No, you got to tell me how you know.
You can grab somebody, you're not even letting me finish my question. I'm saying he is quite aware that there is crazy people out there that think the earth is flat. Let me say it like that. He's quite aware of that.
Yeah.
There's not too many people. There's not too many people over 20 years old that have not heard of that.
D-Rose, you all heard about it in school. I thought they were crazy people too. They showed me the picture of people that thought the earth was flat and the boat going over the edge. Yeah. If you're going to say he knew about things like that, yeah. But if you're saying that he knows about this going on right now, this topic that's been going on since 2015, you'd have to show me how he knows that.
But was he reading a script? I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Was he just reading a script of somebody?
Are you asking me? Or?
I don't think he did anything because he just said he dove out of the sky and he's using a GoPro.
No. When you said he's on the bottom of the globe and went to a map, has he been given a script to read or something?
That's for Neil to answer. I don't
know. That's the only part I've seen in the show. And the guy told him, right now you're in the bottom of the globe. That's where they are, I guess, in Antarctica. So, but he's got a flat map and he's showing him where he is, and then he's showing him the distance that they have to travel to on foot. You know, but he's not putting it together. They don't know. Putting it together.
He doesn't know about the distances, linear distances, and all that.
Nobody's putting it. Yeah, nobody's putting it together. The reason why we are now is because we've been involved in this since 2015, 2016. Nathan, probably even before. Some people, they're part of the first wave of, right? OGs in this topic.
Well, let me speak on behalf of the anti-globers who don't know about the linear, consistent horizontal measures. Okay, let's just talk about the regular people who are doing the feast of nonsense. However, admit that when they look out the plane or when they, when they go up in the helicopter, whatever, see or they dive, they see no curve. Let's go on behalf of that. Let's give Will Smith credit that he's at least as intelligent as they are. Okay, this man has been around the world. This man has eaten foods that you couldn't even imagine, been places that you've never been.
What does that have to do with anything?
When you say around the world, can you just elaborate on that, please, mate?
Around the planet?
Yeah.
He's just busting your
I said
chops,
around the world.
as the Italian Americans would say.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't know. Even though he's around and he's doing all of these things, you don't know if somebody came up to him. Like I talked to those school kids that one day while doing a job. And I said, "You guys heard anything about the flat Earth?" They were like, "Oh yeah, we know Earth is flat. Yeah, we've been hearing about it." Now I don't know that happened to him. If it did, then he's fully aware of it. But you'd have to show me where somebody presented him with a question, or he knows about the topic going on, and then he goes on and does this little skydiving thing. Then you can hold him accountable.
Okay, all right. So you're telling me that Obama, who made a statement when he was president, that just like those flat Earth, blah blah. You're saying
we don't have time for the Flat
Smith,
Earth Society.
Right, but I'm saying though, you saying that Will Smith knows nothing about flat Earth or nothing about there's some flat Earth weirdos out there that think the Earth is flat or does not know anything about anything, even hearing anything, hasn't Googled anything, hasn't been on a server.
I don't know.
Or looked at anything. You're saying he's just totally oblivious.
I don't know is what I'm saying.
Well, I would like I said, I'm going to give him credit to know of such. Period. Point blank. Just like I can go around every single
that's
person.
Speculating, though.
Just like I can guarantee you that I've already done it. Everybody that I mention anything that has to do with flat Earth, that comes out of my mouth or they eavesdrop and hear y'all talking on this thing, everyone either says they heard about it. Oh my God, I don't want to get into that. Or they'll say, at my job. Or they'll say, you believe that? Or they'll say, I was talking about that. Or, oh my God.
Let's get
everybody has heard of it. Huh? What was that?
You're gurgling a little bit. Clear your mic, D-Rose.
Forget Will Smith. Let's talk about 9/11.
No, you're giving him what you're doing, D-Rose, is you're giving him too much the other.
You're doing the other way. You're giving them too much credit to be oblivious.
No, I'm not.
Of it.
I'm saying I don't know.
Okay, now you're saying that, but you didn't say that before.
No, I was saying it the whole time before. I don't know what this guy knows. That's my point.
No, you said no, you didn't. You said he doesn't know this. He doesn't know that.
Oh my God. I'm saying you don't know that he knows. I don't know what the guy knows, but you can't assume that
when you go back and listen to the show, you hear yourself initially when his name was brought up, you say, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know any better. And then I countered with what I'm saying. And now you're conflating what I am asserting.
I said if he's a normal guy that never heard this, like everybody else, he don't know.
Okay.
And you came in and said, no, he does know. So I'm asking you, how do you know he does know? That's all.
But that's what I'm saying. You're conflating what I mean by he knows. I didn't say he knows about the angular elevation, altitudinal measurement. I didn't say he knows what FED knows. But I said give him credit that he knows what the person that goes on TikTok and spits out feasts of nonsense and listens to Eddie Banjo. Give him that much credit. He's not oblivious.
But that's what I'm saying. That's how we got into this whole thing in the beginning.
Okay,
we don't
if that's
know
what you're
that.
saying, how do we know that he's not exactly like every other guy that just comes on and finds Flat Earth Banjo because it's feast of nonsense? I mean, why wouldn't he be? He's going to have the same YouTube. He's not going to get special YouTube algorithm just for Will Smith.
I'm saying we don't know what this guy knows. That's all.
I'm saying we do. I'm saying if you're going to consider him as just another regular guy in this regard, then there's no reason why, if he had an interest peaked in flat Earth, if he was to type it into YouTube, as he probably would, he'd find his way to the same stuff as everybody else. But I don't think D's saying give him more credit than he wouldn't recognise the other stuff that's out there. And I say, well, no, I, in that regard, would just consider him the same as every other guy and be directed, like every other guy, to the mainstream rhetoric.
There's no, he Googled anything. Are you freaking nuts? Or maybe I'm not understanding.
I think
Maybe
you're right.
it's
He
me.
has a flunky to Google for him.
You just don't know what this guy does.
It would be interesting to be a fly on the wall as he's talking to the guy that gave him the map, or talking to the producers of the production of that journey he took, and said, yeah, did you know they got a bunch of weirdos that think that... I would love to be the fly on the wall to disprove you, Neil. As if
It's
the common
not
man...
disproving me. I'm just trying to say we don't know one way or the other what the freak Will Smith knows about the world. Oh, am I nuts here?
I didn't say that, but he knows that there is a flat Earth versus globe argument going within. It's not social media. It's not social media, but I guarantee you, the guy that gave him the map that purports the globe, the bottom, the bipolar thing on the bottom, on the top. Trust me. Trust me.
You don't know that. Come on now. You're just gonna let him get away with that shit?
No,
I'm
I'm about to stop it.
Will Smith.
Go ahead,
Objection to this entire line of questioning and reasoning. Because to say that there is equal representation between the people who are asserting that Earth is measured flat and the feast of nonsense is absurd. Nathan was pointing out that everyone's fed the feast of nonsense. To say that he knows about flat Earth? No, he's.
I didn't say he knows. I didn't say he knows about flat Earth. I didn't say he knows about flat Earth.
He's confused about it as much as anybody else.
If it was presented to him,
right? But don't say he's never heard.
Oh my God! But how can you say he has?
But see, that's the point where you're giving too much credit to us, because we are a very small drop in a very big pond that's got a lot of scum in it.
What I'm saying, we can't say he has or he hasn't.
Oh my
None
God.
of us knows.
John, nobody's saying that Will Smith is part of the small fish in a big sea. I'm saying that whether he is normal or whether he's been all over the place and read all the books and he has heard of.
Oh my God.
He has heard of the differences that people have, or the discussion, or the conspiracy.
Okay, tell me how right now. Validate right now how you know that.
Let me finish my sentence.
No.
Rumpus,
Validate
number
right now
one.
how you know.
You're the biggest rumpus I've ever
it.
known of. I swear to God, biggest rumpus I've ever known, man.
You're making a claim, right? Show me how he knows.
I'm making a claim that he has heard of and knows of the dispute amongst human beings in whether it's on social media, whether it's Neil deGrasse, whether it's whoever, he is aware. Everyone that is an adult is aware that there is this crazy dumb dispute that don't pay my bills. I don't care whether it's flat or global, whatever. That's what I'm saying.
And I say you don't know that. You don't know that.
Well, hold on, no. It is defining his thoughts. Go on, John.
It's a reasonable assumption, but it's also defining his thoughts. You're both correct.
Well, and it's also two different things. One, to know that he understands the information out there to the point that he can rationalize it to where we are at, would be to ascribe knowledge to him that you can't know. And the other way is that when you say that, he knows about this topic, well, that's just like a...
No.
Yeah,
the other side is that he doesn't know anything, like as if he's never heard of or even heard the word flat Earth. That's what I attacked. when Neil was giving him too credit to be that oblivious and naive. Like he's
I was oblivious.
Hold on a second.
I was oblivious in 2016.
Stop. Right. There's a sketch where a guy who's relatively famous in this country called Noel Edmonds was set up by a comedy show he didn't know called Brass Eye. And they get him to describe I can't remember the scenario, but let's just pretend it's Britney Spears winning an Oscar. Yeah? And because it hasn't happened yet, he asks the person to give both opinions, like say it both ways. So they say, can you say, I'm really pleased with Britney Spears. I love how she's achieved so much in life. So he says, I'm really pleased with Britney Spears. She's done so much for this country and she's done so well in life. Cut. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Now can you just say it complete opposite? Say you can't stand her and you hate her guts, please. Roll camera. Oh, I can't stand Britney Spears. Complete cow. She's completely raped this country of all of that's good and just in this society. I hate her guts. Kurt, thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Moving on, right? In other words, he's a puppet saying whatever he's being fed in the moment by some producer. And if the producer has given him a flat earth map to discuss, if we're to assume that his life is scripted and he's got Google flunkies, then that would be a perceivable scenario where, back to John's point that got completely cut off, where you're divining his thoughts, where there's an easy scenario to pad out that isn't the case. Even if he's literally doing something on camera about the subject itself, he still might know less than he's speaking about because he's so airheaded. Now, I don't know Will Smith to accuse him of that, but there is certainly scenarios where you could postulate the other way, and therefore you getting called on divining another man's thoughts is perfectly warranted. It's just everyone's cutting everyone off, so I'm hopefully summarising points. If I've got a bit wrong, I've been trying to pay attention.
That was a good summary. But you'd have to be ridiculously isolated from the world to have never stumbled across the topic.
Yes, it's a fair. Yes,
That's a
I
bold
forgot to add
statement
that.
too.
Yes,
Wow.
let me just affirm what Len's just said because I did forget that in my summary. It is also a reasonable assumption that your average, if we're to consider him such, he's not as a celebrity, normal guy. It would be fair to assume, unless you're a complete dunce isolated in a cave, that you'd know about it in some capacity. So that's not an unreasonable assumption. You just can't know.
Now, I can say probably, I don't know, 2019 when I was looking into Anunnaki and I thought the Anunnaki had landed on Earth and altered the DNA of apes into humans. I'd never heard of, I didn't know there was a hashtag debate going on about flat Earth.
Thank you.
So
and that's my point. 2016, I didn't know either until my brother said, why, you still think we're living on a globe? Totally clueless to everything that was going on. And it was pretty hot and heavy at the end of 2016 when I got into it. I could grab my cousin right now and say, hey, heard anything about flat Earth? What? What are you talking about? You can't assume that just because we're hot and heavy here, that somewhere along the line, everybody has heard about it. No, they have not.
Well, Will Smith, he played Barack Obama for a while, didn't he? Like, as the president. So he would know most of these things, being privileged to be the president. Unless you believe that even being the president means that you don't get to be told these things, you're just equally as big a puppet. But obviously, having played the president for such a prolonged period, I would expect Will to know these things, if not control them.
And what did the president say at the time? What did he say? We don't have time
for a meeting of the
for
Flat Earth
arguments
Society.
about the Flat Earth Society?
Right.
So what does that mean?
It means Will Smith probably is just a puppet and is being told to say those things as president.
Right. So why? So as the president, and say you do know something, why would you even bring it up to somebody else? That's something you're not going to bring up.
All right.
Well,
anyway,
he's going to need a horizontal plane for time.
Anyway, 2016 was 9 years ago. We're not talking about what Will Smith knew 9 years ago, what Neil knew 9 years ago, or what you knew 9 years ago. We're talking about 2026, 10 years thereafter. He made this thing what? Did he make it in 2016 and just airing it right now about going pole to pole? Hell no. Was the map given to him when he said we're down here in the bottom of the boat? No. So back to my point. To say that he don't know no better means you are making the claim that he knows no better. That's why I attacked it. And
you're
going,
kind of flipping the burden, but fine. Your point's valid, even though you're suggesting that they would automatically, your opponents on the panel, flip the burden and say he doesn't know just because you say he does. I don't think that's reasonable either, but fine, to move on and give you some dignity. Don't flip the burden, though. Your claim.
My thing is, he is aware that there are people who believe the earth is flat. I would not assert, and I don't think any reasonable person would, that no one has ever heard of flat earthers and made fun of them. It's part of the rhetoric in school.
Yeah,
Right?
but that's different. Hold on. That's different, John. That's different from how we heard it in school.
That is absolutely. Now, let me get to the second part. But he may not know that there are still people who believe the earth is flat and they're within this topic, right? So that's
that was my point.
Categorization of a different group, right? And then there's third to that, and that's what we know. So we have to be careful.
That's my point. Perfect. Now we're all covered. Because I said that when I went to school. Yeah, I heard it, and we mocked it. That's how it was being taught. Right? So, of course, he knows that. But that's got to be, that's pretty audacious to say that, well, he's heard about it, how we speak about it here, or he's heard about the debate going on, and he knows. We don't know one way or the other. That's my point. Same thing with 9/11. Same thing with chemtrails, all trails. Nobody knows one way or the other.
But were you mocking, and are people mocking flat Earth, or just the stereotype of flat Earth based on the feast of nonsense that gets pushed that we allegedly believe in?
The latter. Most definitely the latter.
Yeah.
That's something that they can control. You can control what goes out into the narrative, and if the ridicule stereotype version is set up by you, like having someone like Sabine tell you what a flat earther is. She'll give you the stereotype version of what she wants a flat earther to be, and that becomes what I forgot how flat earth stereotype is, or however you just phrased it, Len. Yes, the latter, definitely.
Yeah, like there's over the last however many years, there's been a lot of TV shows that have had a little dig against flat earth and whatnot, which the repetition of that through pretty much every TV show will get into the normie's mind of just, it's bloody ridiculous. I'll not even bother.
But you still can't say because he's in Hollywood and they're doing these things. They just did something on what was that? The Cobra Kai show, the Bagolby, whatever the heck that movie is. Yeah, they make these references, but we can't just assume because he's in Hollywood and he's heard these references, he knows that there's a hot and heavy debate going on here. No.
Well, there is the fact that D Rose is black, and they have that black telepathy thing where they just kind of.
D Rose is black?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Not questioning the black telepathy, just whether or not D Rose is black, eh?
I just have a hard time making claims. Better off just not making them. Unless you could totally validate where, that Kyrie Irving knows about this topic because he said it. I mean, it's easy. Katy Perry knows about this topic because she said it, and Neil deGrasse paid her a visit. Right? You could even make a case that William Shatner has no clue what's going on. Is he still alive?
I don't know. We can only hope. Good old Bill.
What was his quote about science and science fiction?
They're the same.
But he's wrong. He means pseudoscience and science fiction.
Yes, what people would consider to be science incorrectly and science fiction are the same would be a more accurate statement, but it doesn't have the same ring to it.
We've come a long way.
He's a funny character. I watched him flirting with some middle-aged woman because he was obviously quite elderly at the time. She was some show producer or something. And it cuts to the cameras turning on after they've obviously had a bit of a flirty moment. And he said, it used to be the case when I was younger that you'd get women going, "Oh, Bill." And now I get, "Oh, Bill."
Did I tell you that I met him in an Italian restaurant in the city and freaking totally like was kind of like berating him? So I went up to him because there was a girl at the table and she's like, "Oh my God, that's William Shatner." So I looked, I was like, "Yeah, it is." It's like, "Oh, I would love his autograph." And of course, me trying to impress her, I said, "I'll go get it." So I went over to him. I said, "Excuse me, Mr. Shatner. See that girl over there? She really loves your work. So do I." And I pull out a water money and I asked, "Will you sign this $100 bill for me?" And with the Star Trek William Shatner voice, he said to me, "It's against the law to deface government property." So I was like, all right. So I pulled out a card from the place, the restaurant card. I said, "Well, could you mind signing this, please?" And he signed it. He was cool. I went back, gave it to the girl. But then I sat at the table and was just hurling freaking, "Beam me up, Scotty," throwing all these Star Trek remarks at him. He wound up getting up with his family and leaving. But it shocked me because he went into freaking character on me. I couldn't believe it.
Hello.
Hello, Len.
Hello. Sorry, I'm playing a game and I've just had to mute all the people. Sorry. Right, my favourite role for Shatner was in Boston Legal, if you've ever seen that.
DJ Hooker has a locklear. It's against the law to deface government property. I'll never forget that. And let me tell you something. Money can buy you a nice head of hair because there's no way you could tell that was a wig.
How long ago was this? How old was he? Because he's been old for a long time. You know what I mean?
I'm going to tell you, this was 1995.
It's ages
exactly.
ago.
Yeah. I'm surprised that he took so long to get up and leave because it'd be like 10 minutes would pass by and I would say something like, "Pass the lobster sauce," or whatever I said, but I would say it like freaking bones. Will you pass the lobster sauce? I was good back then. I was on freaking point. But I look back at it later, I was like, what an asshole I was. You know who used to get pissed off that I did that? A certain person that used to sit in this panel and love William Shatner.
Darwin.
He got very annoyed at me when I told him that.
What, that you were cheeky to William Shatner? I don't think Bill Shatner needs Arwen defending his honour, you know what I mean?
He was like, I'm like, "Oh, what you get so upset about? It happened." I'm going to just say, "Not happened, it happened." I did that. I met him. I got his autograph and I berated him for about a half an hour before he left.
Did Mommy get karate off to karate, okay? In for a belt. Didn't find it. Bummer.
Yeah, he was done with you, Neil, at that point.
You guys go into the debate server on Friday?
We tried because Riggs said one thing has nothing to do with the other because Nathan had to really school him on what science was and wasn't. And it got heated. I don't know if you were there for that. Were you there for that one?
No.
That one? Oh,
No, I missed.
man.
I missed last week.
Yeah. So anyway, 2 days before this happened, when Nathan and him got into it, and you know how Nathan gets, he just can't keep his mouth out of the gutter. But actually, the guy went in the gutter first, so Nathan's justified in that. But I had said to him, "Hey, are we still running the show through your server tomorrow?" He goes, "Yeah, one thing has nothing to do with another." Says business. The room's still there. But when we went, his whole server's down. So I still don't know what happened.
Hmm. So we're gonna try and do that every Friday, are we now?
Well, if his server goes back up, but in the meantime, I'll look for another one. Should go in Gem Pandas.
And then we need to just carry on with the videos, like we said, over the measurements, and get back on track.
Yeah, there's 3 that Surf Daddy has in the submit normie measurement text. Nathan interested in doing any of those, and so be it on us to present to Nathan and let him know to continue with them because they're ace.
Yeah, I did. I'll post it again. So I did give Nathan a short one on just the Adelaide measurements. I think just a guy on Earth measuring distance and horizontal distances and vertical angles, just using a theodolite.
It's against the law to go over horizontal distances.
Make me laugh though. These globers, they love the theodolite, don't they? You know, they love it, don't they? The theodolite. They think that's like the
Refracted
it's the answer to everything.
Refracted came in and said, "What tools were you using?" And he's like, "Well, theodolite." So wait a second. They measured curvature with the theodolite after measuring, then measuring distances. Okay, that's how they got curvature. Okay, think really seriously hard about what you're saying there, Buck.
But I've noticed and they rarely go to the C sextant. If they're going to pick a tool, which isn't a curve measuring tool, it's still an angle measuring tool. They pick the theodolite for some reason. Don't know why they think that's a safer option of measuring flat than the C sextant. Maybe it's more of a local flat measurement, the theodolite, than a sextant measuring larger distances. I don't know what's going through the minds, but they tend to want to go for the theodolite. Strange.
And no matter what they're using, they're going to be measuring a flat Earth. Every single tool and instrument ever will be measuring flat Earth.
Yes, because Earth is flat. That's correct. No matter what tool they bring, they will be measuring Earth flat, because that's the only way you could take a measurement. You have to have a horizontal baseline to get anything like distances at 100 feet, right?
But why would you want to measure angles if you're measuring curvature?
Well, because in degrees, that's how they get the curvature. They measure it in degrees.
Oh, from the center of a sphere.
Yes. But Nathan called him out there. When he said distance, and then he tried to say he never said distance. And in the process of him never saying distance, he said, what I said was the distance.
So degrees. Oh, the degrees are angle measurement, isn't it?
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Do they really think that coming to a show like that Nathan's hosting and going to another server, that they can come with measurements from professional surveyors and try to promote that it's a globe?
Well, you've got a spherical geometry, Neil. Excuse me, I've got peer-reviewed papers. Have you not read them, Neil? Have you not read the peer-reviewed papers on spherical geometry?
That's
Right?
the empiricism of science.
Presume you've read them.
Well, I would like, you know what I want to do? I want to get them because I guarantee you read those papers and they'll be measuring flat Earth all over the place.
Well, that's where you go back to John, and that's what we've always said. Well, what equipment was used then when you was doing this geometry? Well, theodolite. And what does that measure? Angles? Oh, dearie me. So you've not measured curvature, you've measured angles then. Yep. Right then.
Yeah, that's a problem.
There's your spherical geometry out the window.
Yeah, using a spirit level and a automatica level. Ding, ding, ding.
Well,
measuring flat Earth.
I noticed I made an error because I thought he said spherical trigonometry, but he said spherical geometry. And I said that's a contradiction. Is it a contradiction? There's just geometry, though, right? There's no such thing as spherical geometry.
No, I mean, but you can Google it and search it, and they will tell you can have spherical triangles. People, they will say this to you. You can get, you can find out information on this.
What's geometry?
There is only geometry. There is only geometry. There is only
not. So
geometry.
then I was correct. So when he said spherical geometry, and I said that's a contradiction, I'm correct, right?
Yep. As well, if he's using a theodolite, he won't be measuring anything spherical. He'll be measuring angles. Isn't it? Two straight lines.
Yeah. And what's geometry? What's the definition of geometry?
The Earth measurement. Measuring Earth.
Well, see, it's a misnomer on their part. The spherical geometry they're appealing to is actually quadrant-based geometry from the center of the sphere, from the plane of reference. They're idiots.
Well, what sphere are they going from the center of? So everything is begging the question.
The celestial sphere.
Yeah, which is
okay. That's not begging the question of celestial sphere, right? It's an imaginary thing that we view, right?
It's perspective view of the sky.
It's a distorted perspective view of the sky in which everything below 20 degrees above the horizon is altered to conform to a sphere.
Yeah. Nobody stood inside a sphere on a horizontal plane measuring the inside of a globe. You stood on a horizontal plane measuring the stars and the luminaries. And from a perspective point of view, we've got a protractor view, which is perspective. And then what they've done, they've altered that perspective view and turned it into a globe. And come on the outside of it now, they've measured inside from the horizontal plane and turned it into a globe that they never was stood on top of measuring an elevation angle from a horizontal plane because you can't do that.
Right. So John is right. They never measured the globe. It's the celestial sphere.
Yeah, from the horizontal plane, equatorial plane. Is it, John? Yeah. You need that plane of reference for the elevation angles to the lights in the sky. Just a perspective view, which then they hijacked and said that we live on a globe with no perspective.
Right.
They've used
So
perspective. Go on.
No, you go.
I'm just saying they've used perspective, yeah, to create a globe that they said hasn't got perspective. Perspective hijacking. crazy. We've been over these videos. I mean, people are doing projects on this in colleges and schools and universities about how latitude's measured. And when they go on some educational YouTube or online to look at this, they will be being taught that latitude is measured from the center of the globe, from a horizontal plane. And it's not. It's fraudulent lies. Why would you be going into a center of a globe on a horizontal plane to measure latitude when it's measured from sea level on the on the surface of Earth?
Well, that's what they go with, the equipotential.
But you've got 16-year-old kids doing a college course or university thinking, I've got to do a project on this, and that's the information they'll be given. And they're the diagrams that they'll use, and they won't put two and two together. That how is this happening inside the globe? Just take it as, well, this is happening somehow. Till you get here where we are and realise it's absolutely ludicrous lies, brainwashing. Then you know. But these poor kids who are has to do projects and, put something on a laptop for a presentation. That's what they're going to be showing to the audience. Like we've covered on the show. I've posted a few videos on it. We've covered it. They're telling you you're inside a sphere on a flat horizontal plane, measuring latitude inside the globe.
Yeah, that checks out.
Come on.
Speaking of, that checks out. Anybody's chocolate's not been around again.
What, mate?
Haven't heard from Chocolate in a while.
No, I've not.
Yeah, the Lord bless his well-being.
Say again.
I was just saying, I haven't heard from Chalk in a while. The Lord bless his well-being.
He'll pop back in.
What's happened with Jin then? He's not been around.
Jin hasn't been around. I don't think he was around Friday or today. He might have been here Friday. No, I don't think he was. I know last time he was here, we were trying to get him to bite, and he wasn't biting.
Yeah, he's taken us off the focus, I think, of the flat
Yeah,
Earth
but he
measurement.
couldn't resist it. Finally, he did come in with 9/11 and the thermite. He could not resist.
Yeah.
But he hasn't changed his position. He agrees with empiricism, but he hasn't changed his position on what science is.
Yeah. I mean, much like Ginny, it was taking the focus off things. Like we said, we need to get back on track now.
Well, with Jin, it's funny because he finds something, he admits it. I'd watch how many hours straight through videos, and then he thinks he's got all the information, and all his information is valid and it can't be refuted. So he comes with every American child from the time of birth, by the time they're 18, will have 72 vaccinations. That's just not true. And he fought me tooth and nail with it. And I had to prove him wrong. I called schools up. They recommend. And he was saying it was mandatory. I heard Kennedy said he's changing it now, but it is mandatory. And I'm like,
but he took your focus away from what we should be talking about and and
Yeah, but this is in
explaining
the
to
after
people.
show. This is in the
Yeah.
after show. I forgot. You know what it is? I'm tired of the anti-American sentiment coming out of this guy. When he's got Japan has their own skeletons. Every country does. We're just gonna piss all over where I live and at least be correct. It's not correct, and I had to prove him wrong. And people even came in. D. Rose came in and said, "No, it's not true. They recommend, but it's not mandatory. It is mandatory." No, Jen, it's not. But he's very stubborn. His information is the only one that matters.
Yeah, I gave it in the replay. What is mandatory and what is recommended. Yeah, mandatory being forced by law, required, obligatory.
Yeah, exactly.
Do it or else. Not suggested or recommended or advised to be suitable, which that's what recommended is to mandatory. And it's demonstrated in reality. Yeah, once you recognize the magic trick, it has no effect on you. Therefore, what you and D stating about what you're doing with your children in regards to said subject is actually occurring in reality.
Just on a different
that's
topic.
something.
Sorry, John. Go.
I was going to say there's some things with Jan I could, even talk to him about. But he turns what starts out as a general anti-American sentiment into being a moral failing on my part to be American. And that's when I start getting upset.
Yeah, that's when it starts to turn into a stereotype fallacy rather than what's actually occurring in reality.
You're off mute, Neil.
So that's what we get. That's what we got to do to get your attention. Just get off mute. Yes, you're fractured. It's reached a point where if you listen back to them shows, and I mean, I'm not even a freaking patriot. I'm not on it like that, but I live here. Don't be telling me what's going on in my own country. And you wouldn't hear it when I kept saying, why don't you worry about the freaking, what you guys were doing in Japan to China with the genocide. Blah, 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 blah. You just overtalks you, so you can't get it out. But to sit there and just shit all over America, it's a cesspool. You heard the things he says. It's freaking offensive. But I also heard him say, and the UK's right behind them.
I have to wonder, does he know what the Japanese did to the Chinese during World War II? Like the absolute butchery that happened in that country?
Not sure, but I've heard a few people arguing the toss at some length about being able to acquire the same elevation angle from the star at whatever altitude you're at. From when really, the fact of the matter is, you're getting a distance across sea level for your radius from 2 GPs, one being the observer's eye at sea level, and one being the luminary. So I don't know why people.
That's just boring.
So
my phone got disconnected, but let me answer John. Yes, he does know, John. Because when I was trying to get it out, he made sure he talked louder and louder. So basically, when I tried to hold him to his atrocities, he just wouldn't let it be heard.
Yeah, the Japanese Holocaust of the Chinese people is well documented. It's one of the reasons the two countries absolutely hate each other.
They don't deny it either. There's no denial on the Japanese part. They admit to this. And the funny thing is, America was their military for how many years, Refracted? Did they not have to sink a budget on military?
We still are the military.
So, my point is, when you don't have to worry about putting a budget to military, you could focus on electronics and things like that and have good technology.
Yeah, you can focus on how people are as individuals and not blanketed statements to defame them.
You could focus on not worrying about, make cars that last forever. Don't worry about it. The military is being covered. We don't got to worry about putting any money into military.
Oh, yeah.
So we can make Toyotas that last forever.
Yeah, and the point being, it's not a big deal. Those folks are actually producing in harmony services and goods that's good for everyone.
I would, as Jack Nicholson from A Few Good Men state, that how dare you live under the protection that my service has provided you and challenge me for which I have provided you.
Repeat, Neil. You're breaking up, Neil.
Oh, well, if that kills the conversation, I might round out. 10 more seconds. Clearly it will. With that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's abruptly ended after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.